Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we set it sail. And all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am super excited for today's stream. I'm super, super excited. Hi, Vivid. Hi, KKO. Um, I have a little bit of music on in the background, and if you check out the information about the stream, you should see all the links there. I found a fantastic creator with um, like so many good songs on their thing. So I want to make sure that I attribute all of this music to them. They are amazing. Go check them out. All of the links to each of the songs is available there, and we're gonna have these on repeat while we read some stories today. So I am so ready, so excited. I have a new mug. This is a self-heating mug. It has like a little stand that Vivid got me. So I've got that, and I'm just so excited. This is a stream I've had planned for quite a long time. Let me check this really quickly. Perfect, perfect. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Um, And if the music is too loud, let me know that too. But yeah, I've had this stream planned since before I even started streaming. I was like, I know I want to stream and read some creepypasta. The only issue is a lot of creepypasta, um, you have to make sure you attribute it to the authors, and I'm not super comfortable with this yet, but while we're reading, I'm going to make sure to say the author's names and make sure that they get all of the glory. But yeah, if it comes to an issue where, they don't want their story to be read, then I'll either cut that part out, or if enough writers are like, oh, we don't want this, on here without a license or without, like paying them, then I'll probably just cut this part of the video out. So this might be the only time you get to actually hear me read creepypasta. We'll see, we'll see. We're gonna be reading only the newest updates on the creepypasta subreddit. So all of these are from like today or the last couple days, and then we can choose as we go. I have one that I know I really, really want to read, and this is kind of the only older one that we have. Let me check if I have it saved. Yes, Candle Cove. I don't know if it's safe for work. I don't know what trigger warnings I need, but people have told me about this story for a long time, and I absolutely love creepypasta. I love everything about it. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna be doing. Let me know if the audio is good. But yeah, how's everyone doing? How are we today? Are we ready for some spooky scaries? Because I am. I'm super ready. I have I've locked the cats out today because I don't want them to get spooked. uh, I just feel like they have to be safe. Ham horn, ham horn. Yeah, so if I don't know if you've ever heard of Candle Cove, Vivid. Have you read it? Do you know about it? Hide snacks in the closet and hide in the closet. Exactly. You can't run out of snacks if you hide in the closet with your snacks. I feel like this just, it makes sense, you know? Let me bring you down slightly. So I have it jerry rigged so you'll be able to see the story as I'm reading it. And again, none of these stories are mine. These stories are not my stories. They're stories that amazing writers have posted on the creepypasta subreddit. So I did a tactical look behind. I'm so scared. I'm already nervous. There's a reason we're doing this in the daytime because I get scared. I get spooked so easily. Like I literally already have tears in my eyes just thinking about like having a ghost or like somebody spooky just hiding in the, back in the way. So yeah, I'm already nervous, and I locked the cats out because I don't want them to be nervous. I don't want them to be spooked. But yeah, so we're gonna be reading spooks today, and like I said, I do have quite a few songs lined up, but they will be on a rotation. So we might get like weird, creepy music during a really lighthearted moment, or we might get like really lighthearted music during a creepy moment, and so that might not be great, but we'll see how it goes. We're just gonna try it out today. And yeah, if it doesn't go well, then we won't do it again. I also have a very top secret Shh, not so top secret, clearly, because I'm telling you. But it's totally top secret thing that I'm gonna try tomorrow morning. So I know a lot of people will be busy working and they won't be available to watch. But if you are available, that's gonna be, quite a few hours from now, like 15 hours from now or something. But in the morning, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna pop on, and we're gonna try another little story time thing. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah, I think it'll be really fun. But I am scared. I get scared very easily. I think it'll be better when I'm reading. I tend to not absorb information as well when I'm reading it myself. I also have a bit of an audio processing disorder, so when someone else is reading, I don't absorb very well. The only time I absorb is if I'm writing things down, which is why Blueprints has worked so well for me. Uh, but yeah, I am nervous. I'm spooked. I'm ready. It's 10 p.m. for you. Oh yeah, that's right. Outside the city. Oh no, 10 p.m. low on snacks and outside of a city. Ah, KKO. You're literally making this even more spooky for me. Yeah, so it might be like 11 a.m. I'm not sure because it'll be early for me. I'm thinking like 9 or 10 a.m. for me, so whatever time that would be for you. I'm Central Time. So yeah, so tomorrow morning for me, I'm gonna be hopping on and we're gonna be doing another reading thing. Top secret, top secret. Don't tell anyone. Actually, do tell everybody. But I I'll just tell you, I'm planning on just kind of hopping on right away in the morning with my coffee, and I want to just kind of hang out and read drama stories. So we're gonna rate and read Reddit stories, and I think I'm gonna call it. Oops, I keep hitting this. I think I'm gonna call it Drama Alert. So yeah, like 4 p.m. for you. Yeah. So I'm gonna read dramatic stories like Am I the Asshole or like True Off My Chest. And we're just going to call it, I think, Drama Alert, unless you have a better title. This is for tomorrow morning for anyone interested. But yeah, um, 5/23/2025 in American calendar style, as we do in this channel. So that's the plan. That's the plan. But should we start? Are we ready? Okay, I have my hot coffee. What kind of snacks do you have, KKO? Did you say you were low on snacks or out? You gotta have snacks. You gotta have snacks. I'm not gonna lie. I had 2 carrots prior to stream because I didn't wanna eat them on stream and like do ASMR. I feel so bad for people when I do ASMR carrot eating unannounced, you know. I considered showing up on stream today with a one of those like face masks. Not a spooky face mask, but they are kind of spooky. Oh, I have Doritos too. Hi, Eel. Welcome, welcome. I have Doritos too, Eel. Or KKO. God. Hi, Eel. Welcome, welcome. But I have Doritos too. I just don't have them. I'm not gonna eat them on here. In freedom units. Exactly. So yeah. So that's what we're rolling with today. But I have coffee. I'm all set up. I also have a new thing if anyone wants to check it out. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get really close and personal right now because I have to adjust this. I feel like I need my screen to be higher. You guys are moving up, but I'm tilting you down. That's better because I have to be able to read Reddit right here in front of my face. So, uh, yes, how are we doing today, Eel? How are you? Chocolate and alcohol. That sounds like a great night to me, KKO. I feel like that is exactly the amount of snacks that I would want and the type of snacks that I would want for sure, for sure. So yeah, tomorrow morning, stay tuned. We're gonna do a little drama alert. We're gonna wake up together, unless you're in Poland or somewhere outside of the US. But we're gonna wake up together. I'm gonna have some coffee. I'm gonna be freshly sleepy, and we're just gonna read some silly old Reddit stories. So that'll be fun. Um, I don't know how that'll go either, but today, spooktastic. I hope everyone is ready for this. I'm gonna need you all to give me suggestions. So, we're reading the newest Reddit submissions and one other. We will save my story for the end, and we're just gonna start with some Reddit newest collection. So, let's go ahead and pop over to my. You should see this. This is Candle Cove. That's what we're saving for the end. It's not terribly long, but I've heard it's very, very good. And we're just going to browse the creepypasta subreddit together and see which ones we want to read. So yeah. I think I'm going to put me up here maybe. Pull this over here. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know if this is too big now, but no, I think we should be good. I think this is good. I think we're good. Okay, so we're just gonna try and read them together. I'll have it up here so that you can, make sure that you can see it. Also, you should be able to see down here Ko-fi due to some suggestions from KKO themselves. I added a Ko-fi account, so if you feel like buying me coffee, no pressure, no pressure. I would never expect anyone to, but if you want to, you can always join Ko-fi and add some money in there if you feel like doing that. That would be awesome. But yeah, like I said, I definitely don't expect it. I'm not doing this for monetary gain. This whole stream is not monetized. I'm not monetized, and none of these stories are my stories. We will be making sure we put the proper attribution for every story. And then at the end, you should see the attribution as well. So, okay, I've got my music going. It's going to be kind of just in the background, but let me know if it gets too loud. Some of them are a little louder than other ones. Yeah. All right, everybody. Let's pick a story. So we've got I just clicked through these to make sure that they were lined up. By the way, I haven't read any of these. So I'm going to be blind reacting with you. The top one donate. You definitely don't have to. It's just there as a way for you to interact if you want to. It should show up. I haven't had anyone do it. I don't know how it works. But if you do, it should show up on here that somebody donated. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm glad you're fine. Good to hear, Eel. It's always awesome to have you here. It's great to have all of you here. Okay, let's get started. Creepy pasta stream. Like I said, I don't know how the attribution stuff works terribly well. So if you have an issue with me using your works, that's understandable. Just send me a message on Reddit at the Hinterlass, and I will cut out your story. If that's something that you're uncomfortable with me reading, let me know, and I have no problem taking it down. I want to make sure that, we are respecting people here, especially since I don't know how the attribution works very well, and I'm not really sure how to ask other than going specifically to each person, but we don't know who we're going to be choosing anyway. So, that's all I wanted to say. I want to make sure that we let everyone know that, yeah, none of these are my stories. Okay. I'm going to hammer that in probably 52 times, but yeah. Okay, so we have the faces in the window aren't mine, which is terrifying. This is part of why I'm not reading these at night. I'm so scared. I'm doing really well. Thank you, Eel. I got my new processor in, so we're celebrating that a little bit today. And then I'm working on the art stream so that we can set up my background art. But yeah, I'm doing very well otherwise. So, okay, all right, okay. I'm so nervous. Spooky stream, spooky stream. Okay. The faces in the window aren't mine. A work on cargo ships. A scarred whale began acting erratically around us, and we thought it was the danger. We were wrong. So wrong. Okay. Uh, this one is in a different language, so we're just not gonna choose that. I can stop slipping through gaps. I'm afraid I'll get trapped someday. So probably I can't stop slipping. Again, they're not all gonna be probably edited well, but that's okay. Thanks for asking, Eel. Which one sounds interesting? We have soy milk. I gotta turn this one's loud. I'm gonna turn this down. Soy milk, which is already terrifying. The basement door. Ooh, that one looks good. I kind of like. KKO! Thank you for the. Thanks for the donation. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm drinking coffee as a thank you to you. KKO, the money that you're sending, you should be spending on your own snacks. Like I said, you do not have to donate. Please don't feel any sort of way about like you don't have to. It's just there because I've had people ask about being able to donate. So, but thank you so much. That's amazing. It does show up. Okay, perfect. Wow. Thanks for being our little guinea pig, KKO. Awesome, awesome. For the Empire, yes, indeed. All right, well, KKO, since you donated, what story would you like me to read first? The faces in the window aren't mine. I work on cargo ships. I can stop slipping through the gaps. I'm afraid I'll get trapped someday. Soy milk, the basement door. What do we think? What are we thinking? Come on, I wanted, then I didn't. Thank you, thank you. Ah, wow. Well, I'm not monetized, but the donations are wonderful and very, very appreciated. You're so sweet. The first one. All right, let's try that. Oh, God, this one. I have a huge fear of faces in the window. I would grow up and I would, like, as I was growing up, I would always close the shutters and the blinds and I would, like, be terrified being in a glass house. There's a horror movie. I think it's called The Glass House or something like that. And it's just this girl who's babysitting and she's in a glass house babysitting and there's like somebody who like looks in the window. Oh, I have goosebumps just thinking about it. My lord. So nervous. So yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm going to be reading creepypasta and we're going to start with The Faces in the Windows Aren't Mine. This story comes from Tails X. Let's check that out really quickly. Tails X has a couple other, seems like a couple other stories. Very cool. So thank you, Tails X, for writing this story. This story is not mine. This is Tails X / KIOV on Reddit. So if you're interested in reading more of their stories, or if we really like it, we'll go back and read more. Okay, let's read. So I want to make sure that you guys can see the whole story. There we go. Okay. Are we ready? Everybody, take a sip of hot coffee or cold drink or hot anything else or whatever. Can you tell that I'm nervous? I'm like, so nervous. The faces in the window aren't mine. I moved into this apartment 3 months ago. Top floor, quiet neighborhood. The building has these long vertical hallway windows, one right at the end of mine. At night, I always feel like someone's watching me from it. 2 weeks ago, I walked past that window on the way to the kitchen and saw my reflection. Only I wasn't standing still. I was wavering. But I wasn't. Oh, I was waving. But I wasn't waving in real life. I stopped, and the reflection kept waving. Then it smiled, too wide, too forced, and dropped its arm. I blinked and it was gone. I convinced myself I was tired, hallucinating, but it happened again and again, always around 2 or 3 a.m. Bro, why are you awake at 2 or 3 a.m.? And why have you, like, why would you ever go out in the hallway at 2 or 3 a.m.? Like, listen, you're setting yourself up for this. Okay, if you have if you live in an apartment building and you have like a superintendent or whatever, tell them that you're putting up shades, or ask them to put up shades. One or the other. Tell them I'm gonna do this or you're gonna do this, because ain't no freaking way. Ain't no way. Just don't look at it also. Like, is that just me? I'd be like, I'm not looking. Top floor. All right, okay. I convinced myself I was tired, hallucinating. But it happened again and again, always around 2 or 3 a.m. The reflection would copy me, but slightly delayed, or sometimes doing something completely different. Last night I filmed it. I turned off all the lights and aimed my phone at the hallway window. So if the lights are off, you shouldn't be getting a reflection, right? There should be no reflection. Oh my gosh, Vivid, thank you for the donation. Oh my god, you guys, please, you do not have to give me donations, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I I really wasn't expecting people to do that, but thank you. It is there, for you to do that. I just, having you here and spending time with me is already, it means the world to me. Like, again, I do this sort of stream just to kind of get away from my daily life and have a little relaxation. So, just having you here, spending time with me, and doing that with me is, that means the world to me. I definitely don't need donations. I don't need money. I don't need to be monetized. I just want to spend time with my people. So, thank you anyway. I really appreciate it more than anything. So, thank you. Okay, let's get back into the story. Oh God. I turned off all of the lights and aimed my phone at the hallway window. At 2:41 a.m., the reflection appeared. It was me, but not. Same clothes, same face, but dead-eyed. It slowly raised a hand and pointed at the camera. Then it mouthed something. Oh God, goosebumps. I watched the footage over and over. I think it said, "You're in the wrong place." I haven't looked in the window since, but this morning, when I passed by the glass, it was covered in handprints from the inside. I live alone, and the hallway window doesn't open. Fuck no. Fuck no. Hell no. That ain't the one. That ain't the one. What the heck? So apparently they're not in an apartment building. Like I said, I really struggle to absorb information when I'm reading it. If I'm not like writing something down, I struggle to absorb it. But yeah, so they live alone, and apparently they haven't. Why? Why? Okay, I ask with the utmost love, because I know some people do this, right? Tails, this isn't on you at all. Some people do this. They don't put. Look at this. You see that? I have shades and I have window coverings. Okay, I have shades and drapes because just in case, God forbid, at night I forget to close one of them, there's a backup, okay? Always closed, always. Unless it's daytime, they're always closed. It is literally like part of my ritual, my routine, to make sure I close the shades at night. Because, first of all, you never know who creeping outside is going to be looking inside. And second of all, you never know if there's going to be like some nameless ghosty who's like, peering, you just don't want to invite in from the abyss. Mirrors already are like windows to another world or an alternate dimension in my head canon. So yeah, not safe, definitely not. KK sells so much pay in your currency, so it's nice. Yes, that's really cool. Oh, I see. So you can see tactical checking on ghosts behind KKO. You're freaking me out. Okay, everyone. So thank you to Tails X. That was a great story. We can definitely go in and check out their other stories if we're interested. They have my bedroom window. I found a door behind my bathroom mirror. This is what I'm saying. Fucking mirrors. Okay, let's try this one. I just want to read it. Just since we're going through Tails X, we might as well. Okay, Tails, if you are uncomfortable with us reading it, please let me know and I will cut this out of the video afterwards. But so far, really liking your stories. I already have gotten goosebumps. So, okay, let's try this one and then I'll let chat choose the next one. I found a door behind my bathroom mirror. I moved into this old rental house last month. It's in a quiet neighborhood, cheap rent, nothing too weird, except the bathroom. The mirrors above the sink are old, almost antique looking, but when I first cleaned it, I noticed the frame wasn't sealed to the wall properly. The whole thing wobbled. So last week, out of curiosity, I pulled it off completely. Behind it was a narrow wooden door. No handle, just a keyhole and warped wood. I'm telling you, mirrors are the gateways to another dimension. Don't fuck with that. Just seal it back over. In fact, get rid of the mirror, first of all. You don't need a mirror. I'm sure you look great. I am sure that you step out of the shower or the bath, you looking like $1,000,000, okay? And you should just believe that. You should just believe it, okay? Hot take, we should just get rid of mirrors. We don't need them. We don't have any. We have phones, okay? We have phones and we don't need mirrors. That's a hot take from me, okay? Hinterlass hot takes. Hot takes from Hinterlass. I don't know. Okay, let's get back to the story. Behind it was a narrow wooden door, no handle, just a keyhole and warped wood. There's nothing on the floor plan about a closet or crawl space behind that wall. I left it alone for a day or two. Smart. But also, cover it up. Nail that shit closed. I don't know what you need to do, but like, say a prayer. I'm not personally religious, but like, maybe that would help. Oh, okay. I told myself it was probably some sealed off cabinet, but things started to happen. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. At night, I hear something behind the wall. No rats, not plumbing, but breathing. Like slow, shallow breaths right up against the other side of the door. I finally broke and pried it open last night using a flathead screwdriver. It wasn't a closet. It was a tunnel. Narrow, cold, carved directly into the stone. And it went deep, way deeper than the dimensions of the house should allow. I only stepped inside for a moment. The air felt wrong, heavy, like I'd walked into a cellar that hadn't been opened in 100 years. I swear I heard something move further in. I closed it hard, hammered nails into the frame. Ah, thank the gods! Yes, Tails X, thank you for this. Thank you. I hammered nails into the frame, put the mirror. Nope, that's where you went wrong. They put nope. No mirror back. No mirror back. There should never be a mirror if you know there's an emptiness on the other side. Hot take. Hot take. uh, told myself I'd imagined it, but tonight the mirror is cracked from the inside, and I can hear the breathing again. Only it's closer now. Fuck. Dude. Thank you, Tails X, for a creepy story. Sure, I will follow them. Oh my guys, help me translate DCS. Oh god. Terrible. Okay, you guys can choose the next one. If someone wants to choose one, I will read them out. Let me know in the chat what you think. I work on cargo ships. A scarred whale began acting erratically around us. We thought it was the danger. We were wrong. So wrong. Probably can't, but it says, I can stop slipping through gaps. I'm afraid I'll get trapped someday. By Chemical Swimming 372. Soy Milk by Uninteresting Reveal. The Basement Door by Azadrez13. This one. I'm sure this is a very common experience that we run up the stairs whenever we are coming from the basement. Like, that's what I do, at least. If I'm like walking up from a basement room, I will be running. There's no way. I'm running, and I'm also like not looking behind me, which I probably should be. But yes, Eel, yes. Thank you. Okay. Old Stories from Project House, Chapter 1. I don't really want to do graphic details today. We can definitely have. Oops, saved. Oops. Oops. We can definitely have a day, if this goes well, where we come back and we can just put some extra trigger warnings on the stream to let people know that there will probably be not safe for work stuff. But I think today we're going to try and keep it to mostly safe, if possible, stories. The Warden, Renee, The Sky Did It. When I was fighting cancer, my friend called me drama queen behind my back. So there's a lot of options. Options, options. What are we feeling? Some of these seem a little more, like this one, it seems a little more lengthy. Yeah, so we can do a longer story. But we can also stick to some shorter stories if we're feeling it. This one seems interesting. Going through gaps. I really enjoy sci-fi style horror where it's like alternate dimension kind of things or supernatural stuff as well. Soy Milk is one I'm really curious about. I really want to read that by Uninteresting Reveal. So what are we thinking? Any suggestions from the chat? And if you don't want to interact with chat, if you're not feeling like chatting, that's totally fine. You can always go to the chat and just click the little heart button to let me know that you're enjoying the stream. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna choose Soy Milk. Let's give this one a try. Oh, Soy Milk. Thank you, Vivid. Yep. So perfect, perfect. Okay. Soy Milk by Uninteresting Reveal. And they have, let's see if they have any other stories. Soy Milk, not really. Oh, oh. Uh-oh, political, political. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. But Uninteresting Reveal, Soy Milk. I bought a Labubu. Okay, so Labubus are these little, I've seen them on TikTok. That's the only reason I know about them. They're like these little gremlin looking dolls, I think, where, like, there's also not designer Labubus where they're like extra. That's okay, Eel. Welcome back. Um, but yeah, so Labubus are like these little dolls you can buy that just kind of look like little gremlins. Just for context. I only know that because I literally just learned about them like 2 days ago. The eel story. I don't have an eel story. Tell me if you have a story, eel, and I will read it. All right. I bought a Labubu on a whim. If you're not familiar, they're little designer dolls, sort of cute, sort of creepy. Big ears, wide smiles, permanent expression like it knows a secret it's not telling you. Mine was from the Soy Milk line. Pale, tan, little cartoon logo on its chest. I got it from a blind box at a pop-up near my job. It felt like a dumb treat for surviving a rough week. Totally fair, as we all deserve dumb treats. For the first few days, I clipped it to my backpack. People commented on it. Most people didn't know what it was, and a couple of people lit up and told me how hard they work to get, how hard they are to get, especially that version. I didn't think anything of it. It was just a conversation piece for me. I have to take a drink. Dolls are creepy. Dolls are creepy. Can we all agree on that? I have a feeling that dolls are very creepy. I was just asking for what people wanted to read previously. So if you have a previous idea for a story that you want me to read that we've seen, let me know in the chat. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Eventually, I took it off my bag and set it on my bookshelf, next to a small row of paperbacks and a rock my niece gave me. It stayed there a week. Then it didn't. The first time it moved, I figured I'd knocked it off. It was lying face down on the carpet about a foot from the shelf. I just picked it up and put it back. But the next night, it wasn't on the shelf. It was on the floor. It wasn't on the floor either. It was sitting on my desk chair. I live alone. I Still, I told myself maybe I'd moved it and forgot. Maybe it had slid off. God. La 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 la. Let's restart this whole sentence. Still, I told myself maybe I'd moved it and forgot. Maybe it slid off and bounced weird. I don't know. You can justify anything you don't want to believe the alternative of. I started waking up at odd hours. Not from dreams, just waking. Once at 2:44 a.m., another time at 3:12. No sound. No obvious reason, just that vague electric sense that something had changed. I hate those feelings. I hate those feelings, and I always get up when I have that feeling. I literally will get up, and I keep a gun in my side drawer, trigger warning guns, but I keep a gun next to me because I'm like, if I hear a strange noise, you gotta know for a fact that if somebody's like coming into my house that I don't know, you're not gonna be there for very long. Trigger warning, trigger warning. I also have a morning star. You know those they're like batons essentially with three really heavy balls with spikes on them. So I also keep that next to me because listen, I'm gonna whip that shit around and you know you're going down. Yeah, trigger warning, a gun. Anyway, let's continue. She stays strapped. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Anyway, just that vague electric sense that something had changed, that you were being looked at. I started finding soy milk in different places, once on the kitchen counter, once on the bathroom sink. Once, this really messed me up. I was sitting on the edge of the tub. It was sitting on the edge of the tub. La la la. Its body dry, but its ears were wet. I did a full sweep of my apartment. I checked the windows, the locks. I even put tape on the inside of the front door to see if it was being opened while I slept. Nothing moved. No signs of entry. And yet, every morning the doll was somewhere new. I thought I was losing it, so I set up my phone to record overnight. Just cheap looped footage. The first 2 nights, the angle was off. I could barely see the shelf. The third night, it caught something. The video starts normal. Room dim, the dolls on the shelf. Around 2 a.m., the feed glitches briefly. Just a stutter. And when it clears, soy milk isn't on the shelf anymore. It's not on the floor either. It's just gone. For 4 minutes, the room is still. Then, slowly, it appears again. Not crawling, not walking, just present. Sitting on my nightstand like it had always been there. I haven't recorded since. I keep thinking if I don't document it, it might stop. Like it wants to be seen. Last night I woke up to it on my pillow. Our faces were inches apart. I could swear the stitched smile was wider than before. Tonight, I'm locking it in a drawer. If it gets out again, I don't think I'll still be the one in charge of this story. Oh, fuck. Ah! That's terrifying. Vivid, I know you're strapped up too. Yes, yeah, yeah, strapped up, strapped up. Okay, all right, everyone. Holy biscuits and gravy, everybody. Whew, that one actually brought a tear to my eye. I'm not gonna lie. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When I stop stumbling over my words, then I really get into it. And when I really get into it, then I start imagining all of these things happening. So yeah. Uh, yeah, not into it, not into it. Okay. Okay. That was a really good story. Thank you, uninteresting reveal. Very good story. You're an amazing writer. I think that this story could definitely be lengthened if you're like if you want to. I I feel like you already had me so captive that if you just like flesh it out or make it multiple stories in one, oh my god, I'd be sucked in. For sure, for sure. A gun range stream. The thing is, right, like I'm a proponent of le gun, but only because, right, we want to make sure that if the government decides to try and like take rights or like, instill military coming in and taking everything you own, that's the whole point we have them, right? We want to make sure that we, the people, have our ability to, one, stay safe and keep control of our own shit. But obviously, that comes with a lot of like, um, political stuff, right? So it's like, you should be really respectful and smart with guns. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. So we won't get into the politics of it today, but yeah. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. I know if that of that. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, Eel, it's your turn. Choose a story. We read this one. I work on cargo ships. We thought that the whale was the danger, but we were wrong. I can't stop slipping through gaps. I'm afraid I'll get trapped someday. The basement door. The warden. Renee. The sky did it. When I was fighting cancer, my friend called me a drama queen behind my back. This seems like drama, not a creepy story, but, you know, maybe, maybe. Okay. Pokemon creepypasta. The save file that wasn't mine. Ooh, what? Also, oh god. Hey, oh my god. Okay. We've got a couple options, for sure, for sure. How's the sound, everyone? How's the music? Let me know if it gets too loud or if it's like overwhelming you, so it feels like it's too much. Okay. This one seems really interesting to me. I'm kind of down to read about Pokemon. But also the basement door and the warden. They all sound really good. Maybe we should just go through all of them like in a row. Most of these are like a day or two ago, so we can definitely scroll down and go to like scroll down. So yeah, we can go to like a week previous or something like that if you guys are interested. I'm sure some of these haven't been updated much because they literally just came out. Read Pokemon. Okay, you got it. I'm down. Pokemon. So this is a story by Nightmare Bree 98. Let's see if they have more posts. They do. Oh, they like Maine Coons! Just like me. Oh my god, Maine Coons are my favorite breed of cat. Okay, so let's read Nightmare Bree 98's story, Pokemon Creepypasta, the save file that wasn't mine. Alright, everybody. Hone in, take a drink. Make sure you're hydrating, not dehydrating. That's very important. Okay. I bought a used copy of Pokemon Emerald from a flea market. The cartridge was a little scratched, but it booted up fine. The seller said it belonged to his son, who hadn't played it in years. When I turned it on, there was already a save file. Name, dot dot dot. Time played, 999 hours and 59 minutes. Pokédex, 0. That was odd. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was literally about to say it. That was odd. No Pokemon registered after nearly 1,000 hours? I almost deleted the file, but curiosity got the better of me. I loaded it. Oh, you're just like me. You're just like me. They're just like me. I would open the Pokemon save file too. Okay, let's read. I appeared in Old Dale Town. Old Dale Town? I don't know how you say that. Is it Old Dale or Old Dale? I think it's Old Dale. I appeared in Old Dale Town, but it was a nightmare. Motherfucker. Get in the zone. Get in the zone. Come on, Angela's. Fuck. Okay. Let's redo. Everybody, just Cut it in post, cut it in post. You know how it is. I'm hoping. So, one of the main goals of this stream is I want to get better at reading on stream and not being so anxious about it because it makes me stumble over my words, right? So, if I can do this more frequently and I get to a point where I'm not, as nervous about it, then I think it'll be more seamless. Okay. Ahem. I almost deleted the file, but curiosity got the better of me. I loaded it. I appeared in Oldale Town, but it was nighttime, something Emerald wasn't supposed to simulate graphically. Everything was tinted blue, and the music was off, slowed down, distorted. My character's sprite wasn't the default Brendan or May, it was a silhouette, just a black shape with red eyes. The trainer card listed no badges, no money, no Pokemon, just one line: he never stopped playing. I checked the PC in the house. The item storage was empty, but mailbox had one message. From unknown. Don't look behind you. God! Now I have to look behind me. Now I have to look behind me. Okay, everybody in chat, tell me, am I safe? Is there someone behind me? Oh my god! I hate this. This is so stressful. I know, maybe you guys aren't sucked in as much. Oh my god, I have to do it. There's like something wrong with me. I don't know what it is. Okay, let's continue. I'm sure I'm fine. I backed out of the menu, and my character turned around automatically, facing the screen as if looking at me. Then he moved on his own, walking outside. The overworld was dead. No NPCs, no wild Pokemon. Every building was locked. I tried to fly, but I had no Pokemon. Thanks, Eel. There might be a spider. Actually, there was a spider earlier, and we don't kill spiders on this stream. Remember, spiders are really good for the environment, and in your house, they'll keep like mosquitoes and other bugs at bay. So, we don't kill spiders unless, of course, they're like a problem. Okay. Where am I? This stream, someone's gonna cut it, and they're just gonna be like every clip of me going. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The overworld was dead. No NPCs, no wild Pokemon. Every building was locked. I tried to fly, but I had no Pokemon. No map. The only thing I could do was walk, and the only direction open was north. I wandered for a while, wondering or finding nothing but empty towns. Littleroot, Petalburg, Rustboro, all abandoned. No music, just wind. Eventually I entered Mount Pyre. It was the only place with people. Sort of. The NPCs here looked wrong. Their faces were corrupted, eyes were missing, arms were too long, heads twitched. When I approached, they said, "He's still here. He won't let you go. You're player 2 now." At the summit, there was a tombstone with a prompt, "Read the name?" Question mark. I selected yes. It said, "You." Then the game glitched hard. Screen flashing, unreadable characters filling the text box. My character fell through the floor, and I was dropped into a black void. A new message appeared. You can't delete him. I reset the game, but now, even on the main menu, there was no new game option, only continue. The save file name changed to you. Time played 0 hours and 0 minutes. I loaded it once more. The screen was black, except for one figure in the distance, the silhouette. My old character. He didn't move. As I approached, he turned and spoke. I was the first. You're next. The game shut off. It didn't just close, it powered down my entire system. I haven't been able to open that ROM again. It just crashes. But every once in a while, when I play other Pokemon games, I'll find something strange in my party. A Pokemon I didn't catch, named dot dot dot. with a glitched sprite, and the message says, "He remembers you, and I can never release it." Ooh, that was good. Thank you, Nightmare Bree 98. Again, these are all stories that literally, like, they just posted this one day ago. So I'm sure a lot of these are going to be not like fully edited, not fully lengthwise, you know? So I think what we will do instead of continuing to read here is we're just going to scroll down. We're going to scroll. I want to start at a week ago because that means people will have had time to kind of get a little bit of feedback and edit their stuff. Let's go 7 days. All right, 7 days ago. Wow, thank you, Eel. Thanks for giving the stream a like. I think KKO is scared. They're running out of their snacks pretty quickly, so make sure you send KKO some good vibes and only good vibes in the chat. Only good vibes in the chat. Take a quick look outside. Bro, it's bright outside actually. If I look outside quick, it's like bright and kind of windy, a little bit like overcast. So, yeah, yeah, no problems. This is why I'm reading it in the daytime because, I don't want to spook myself out too bad. But yeah, okay. How's the sound? How's the sound? How's it going there, Eel? How's the weather for you? Okay, let's check. Big snack energy. Yes, you should have snacks. Very important. Thanks for chatting and hanging out, everybody. You are much appreciated. Again, thank you to Vivid and KKO for the donations. You guys are amazing. Much appreciated. Okay. So if anybody is interested in that, you can check down here on the bottom left. There's a little link if you feel like donating, but again, no pressure. Please don't if you don't feel like you can. I would much rather you take your money and get yourself some snacks. KKO specifically, because we know you're always running out of snacks, and that is just a no-no on this stream. Snackies are not just suggested, but necessary, and so is hydrating. Oh, you can't hear the music. Let me turn it up a little bit for you. It should be, so it's not all music. A lot of it is just kind of background sounds, or spooky sounds. Right now there's music going. So the spooky sounds or like the music when it's going, that's a great time to just kind of chill and chat a little bit. Faintly, good, yeah. So I don't want it to be very loud because when I'm reading, I'd much rather you have the ambiance. But again, a lot of the sounds you're going to be hearing are just kind of like fuzzy background, spooky sounds. I saved quite a few from the artist that if you check out... Oh, too loud? Ah! Yeah, let me know what you think about the sounds. Very important. I can always go on here and edit it, change it around a little. I do want it to be kind of louder when I'm just chatting with you guys, but when I'm reading, I definitely want it to be a little bit cooler, a little bit quieter. Let me just check this really quickly. I think I failed to change latency. So the latency is a little bit high, and I don't think I can change it afterwards, no. Yeah, so sorry for that. But it is what it is, for sure. But yeah, okay. So let me know if it sounds good. I've left it. I'm not touching it. So let me know if it sounds good while I figure out the next story for us. This one's interesting. Set in Salem. All right. Has anyone ever heard of the show called Sleddy? Greenwood Academy. This one's another in a language I don't know, so we're not going to do that. So you want to hunt Bigfoot. That sounds interesting. I'm an artist and I made fan art of Baldi's Basics. A Nightmare of Cockroaches. Oof. Fierce Beast. Time's Malevolent Gift. Another. This might be like Czech, or I'm not sure. There's something wrong with the fire exit. This one has, see, I like the ones that have comments because I can just go in and we can look at the comments really quick. See, and people say they like it. So I think this is the one we'll do next unless someone has a better option. But I'll start with this one, and then if you have one that you really think sounds fun, I will read that next. Okay. All right. I'm going to turn it down. Actually, it seems like it's good, right? I haven't heard any complaints in a while, so we're gonna pop in on this one. This story was written by informal underscore ratio 4108. There's something wrong with the fire exit. I do want to do Bigfoot hunting. We'll do that one next for you, Vivid. Thank you for letting me know what you're interested in. Okay, let's read. I'm gonna move you over here actually slightly because I'm reading over here. Okay, looks good, looks good. I think this should be a better setup for you and for me. Move you a little close too. All right. There's something wrong with the fire exit. I work night shift security in an office building downtown. Nothing glamorous, just 10 floors of locked doors, flickering lights, and vending machines that never work. I mostly sit at the monitors, walk a couple laps each night, and stay awake until my 6 a.m. relief shows up. The building has one weird feature: a single fire exit on the south stairwell, halfway between the 6th and 7th floors, that's been permanently sealed. Let's redo that. All right. The building has one weird feature: a single fire exit on the south stairwell, halfway between 6th and 7th floors, that's permanently sealed. Okay, so there's a fire exit that's sealed. I see. Bolted shut, steel reinforced. It has a red sign over it that says, "Do not open under any circumstances." I asked my supervisor about it when I first started, and he just said, "Old story, ignore it." But last week I heard knocking from the other side. It was 2:23 a.m. I was on my routine floor sweep when I heard it. 3 quick knocks. Then nothing. I froze. I was standing directly next to the sealed fire exit. I waited. Knock, knock, knock. Not fast, not desperate, just rhythmic. Knock, knock, knock. I stepped back. I reached for my radio, then stopped. What was I going to say? There's knocking behind a door no one's supposed to open? I didn't want to be that guy a weekend into the job. But I did mark the time on my logbook. The next night it happened again. Same time, same pattern. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. Cold metal. No voice, no breath. Just that faint sense of pressure on the other side, like something was close. I checked the stairwell cameras when I got back to my desk. Here's the thing: the cameras facing the south stairwell near the fire exit glitched every night between 2:21 and 2:27. I went back a week in the system, and every night, without fail, right around the same time, it cuts to static for 6 minutes. Not motion triggered, not a blackout, just that one camera. I asked the day shift guy if he ever noticed, and he said, "Oh, that? Yeah, it's been like that for years. The tech guy gave up trying to fix it." Last night, I made the mistake of waiting for it. I brought my phone, put in a fresh battery for my flashlight, and sat on the stairs near the door at 2:20 a.m. Nothing for 2 minutes. Then came the knocking. But this time something responded. A voice, low and flat, said, "It's safe now. You can open it." It sounded like my voice. I backed up, heart pounding. "Who's there?" I said. The voice came again. "You. You know me. Let me out. I nearly ran, but forced myself to stay. I put my phone under the door and recorded audio. 30 seconds in, there's this dragging sound, like nails or fingers scraping metal. Then silence. Then whispering. I took the phone back and played the recording. And that's when I realized something was horribly wrong. The whisper on the recording wasn't the voice I heard with my ears. The phone picked up a woman's voice. She was saying my name and sobbing. I went back to the monitors and replayed the stairwell footage for that night. Despite the glitch, it saved 5 seconds of clear video at 2:25 a.m. For those 5 seconds, the door was open. Just slightly. Something pale was standing in the gap, just enough for one eye to peer through. But the door in real life was still sealed when I went back. It was bolted. It was untouched. I submitted a maintenance report and didn't mention the rest. Tonight's my shift again. It's already 1 a.m. I'm writing this from the security desk while staring at the stairwell feed. Static just started early. Whatever's behind that door is getting closer. I just hope it doesn't learn how to open it from the other side. Oh, fuck. Oh, I got major goosebumps when I read this part. I was like, I still have them. You can't see it, but ooh, baby, this was a good one. Holy shit. Now I understand why these people were like, I'd love to read what's happening next. Absolutely take my like. I should be liking all of them. I will go back and do that afterwards, but holy shit. This is a fantastic story. Let me join the creepypasta community really quickly. And then, is there a way for me to follow this? Oh, that's the ad. Is there a way for me to follow a story? Follow the post. Ah, so good. Oh my god, I really like this one. I want to know what happens next. I want to know what happens next. Ugh! This is the problem with reading stories that are like just starting. Okay, let's continue. So Vivid wanted Bigfoot hunting. Where is that one? Bigfoot hunting, Bigfoot hunting. I think it was called So You Want to so you want to hunt Bigfoot. We will read this one next. This is by Saint Redeemed. Let's see what they have. Ooh, this one's gonna be hard to read. This is a wall of text, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me on this one, but I will read it. Let's see if they have any other stories. So, Saint Redeemed hosts. They do have a few. Oh no, skinwalkers! So you want to hunt rakes? Oh boy, they have a bunch of these. Okay, well, if they're all, actually, let's just see. If they're all walls of text, that's gonna be really hard. Oh, this one's broken up. Okay, it's still kind of wally. But let's read So You Want to Hunt Bigfoot. Oh, maybe they don't want us to do it. Oh, never mind. We're here. We're here. All right, Vivid, this is your story. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm kind of nervous. Just the last one really fucked me up a little bit. Okay, don't forget to send hearts in the chat. Let people know that you are enjoying this stream. This one is a wall of text, so again, bear with me, bear with me. But, Saint Redeemed, So You Want to Hunt Bigfoot. Well, business has been booming lately out here in the cold and dark places. People tend to just forget about unless they're camping or on vacation. So, okay, so this is like out in the boonies. On this note, I figured we talk about some boogeymen that you don't have to kill on sight. See, this guide is about how one should hunt Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or missing link. There's many names for them and many subspecies for these creatures. They are, however, just that, creatures, flesh and blood, and, for once, not something mystical. That said, they still are mysterious, and it's extremely difficult to trap or even discover one of their dead of their dead thanks to their rituals. To be clear, they are not actually the missing link. They are not actually human like creatures, as they are far more similar to apes. Having said that, they definitely aren't like a normal chimp or gorilla. They are far more intelligent, and that also means far more sadistic. You see, they tend to be peaceful and mind their own business. At times, they'll even scrap with monsters in their territory, and depending on the monster, they'd win. All that in mind, oh God, where am I? All that in mind, while it is the norm that, if left alone, they are hardly a threat for the the norm is just that. The norm. This one's a little hard to read, just because there's not a lot of punctuation. Again, this was posted 7 days ago, so we're definitely not we're not judging you, Saint Redeemed, but reading blocks of text is not my forte. But we're gonna hash through this one. All right. There's no rule as to say what. Let's see. There's no rule as to say that it cannot happen. There's other times where you'll be called to the hunt. Then simply you'll be called to hunt them simply because they are in a place that if not relocated, they will need to die, or because some wacko wants a Bigfoot body to study. For once, there is a rule on hunters who want to hunt monsters as Bigfoot is a well-known figure in. Okay, I don't think I can do it. Sorry everyone. We're gonna skip the Bigfoot. I think it's a great story in the making, but the walls of text, if it happens to be a story that's a wall of text, I think I'm just going to skip it. What I will do is I will go to Saint Redeemed, and it looks like their Skinwalker story is cut up a bit. So this is a little more acceptable. I think we can do this. But yeah, I think we're just gonna skip stories that are walls of text because it is too hard to keep track of where I'm at. And that's just a personal thing. I think it just makes it a little bit easier for me. So yeah, the text is miserable. I'm glad you understand, Vivid. Okay, sorry, but we're gonna read Skinwalkers, and I know some people out there hate that word. And also, I am calling no negative anything from this story or saying this word, and the same to all of my readers or listeners. Okay. So You Want to Hunt Skinwalkers by Saint Redeemed on Reddit. So you want to hunt skinwalkers? I'm back again for yet another installment that may just help those who are getting into the business of flashing a light under the bed with a gun in the other hand. That is definitely us. That is us. This one I want you to pay real attention to, because the beastie we are talking about today is only rivaled by the Wendy in terms of misinformation. See, I occasionally browse creepy websites or watch horror movies, and I gotta say, they all suck. I'm not just talking about production wise, I'm talking about mainly lore wise. Once again, I'll bring up how the Twilight movies caused more than a few people to go missing. But guess what? Vampires don't sparkle. No, what I'm talking about is how mangled and misrepresented the creatures known as skinwalkers are. See, magic isn't real. Least, not the kind how you know. The church and many religious groups were right to hunt witches and warlocks, as before witch hunts just became a reason for them to burn whoever they didn't like, it was because they were indeed demonic. See, I'll get to it more when I talk about witches and warlocks, specifically in a later guide, but for now, just know that the witchcraft is a person who knows the cheat codes and the phone numbers to demons, and in exchange for sacrificing something or someone, they get powers or otherwise things in return. Skinwalkers are native witches and warlocks. Bad medicine men who decided healing wasn't as useful as harming. You see, most skinwalkers have to do two things: meet a blood requirement for the ritual, and have a skin of an animal they wish to change into. The blood requirement being low if you killed something you love, like your family members or a good friend. Higher would be people you hate, such as a village who scorned you. But once the blood was spilled, and they donned the pelt that would then perform the ritual and gain the power to become whatever animal they wore. Most would be feral for a few days or weeks and then wake up in a pasture with blood all over the place. However, the longer one is a skinwalker and more practiced, and the more practiced they are at their craft, the faster they can shift and more power they have over their form. Now, this is the basics on why it's so misinformed, because they are so different. I heard a tale of a medicine man who was scorned by a village after he refused to curse the son of another village. In return, they killed his son and cast him out. So, he killed the villagers responsible and used their blood to change into a skinwalker. But after waking up to his whole village massacred, he swore off the practice until the curse took him over, making him nothing but a rabid beast. You see, without continuing the practices, they will lose control of themselves and become rabid. However, that is far more rare than you'd think. More often than not, they will be intelligent beings unless they are new skinnies. And that's what makes hunting skinwalkers an old man's game. Or at least an old hunter's game, because of the various variations of them and their intelligences that aren't what most beginners should be going out to hunt. That said, let's talk about some practical skills they have and how to combat them. You see, when they use a coat, very few actually make it seamless, meaning that whatever animal they turn into will look wrong or won't be an exact copy. The eyes may look human, the snout might be off, an extra pair of ears or the wrong teeth of a deer. Very few actually look like an exact animal. That said, some want it this way, and some will mix pelts from other animals to make themselves an abomination. In olden times, they'd have to hunt it themselves, so it wouldn't be using too many bear or mountain lion pelts as much as today, since guns make hunting more dangerous and so much easier. That said, still, we should be wary because of the skinwalker you're hunting may be something smaller. It probably means that it started kicking in a coyote pelt, and before wearing grizzly skins was cool. Oh, I see, I see. So essentially, if you're hunting this and it tends to be in a small pelt, like if you see a rabbit that is missing one of its ears or something looks off, you should be more scared because it means it happened like a long time ago. So it's probably an older skinwalker, I think is what they're saying. Yeah, skinwalker is the word, eel. Okay. Yeah, so you want to be careful about what they're using. Although their original is bonded to the very body, and more so their true form now, a form you can force them to become if you remember their original human name. That said, I'd avoid doing that as it's much more practical to kill them in their human disguise, because make no mistake, their human form isn't the real version anymore. It's a husk they puppet. They can also use skin human. Oh no, they can use the human skin. Oh Jesus. That said, they can also use human skin to do this second shift. And this is why the older ones are so hard to pin down, because they just take it off, use it, and steal someone else's skin and life. However, they are considered a D-class shapeshifter when it comes to people, as once again, very few get it perfectly, so the original human body is by far their best disguise. That's right, right? So they have to use the skin and put it all back together, so when they're jumping into a new human skin, it's gonna look a little off, like their eyebrows might be fucked, or I mean, obviously humans are, imperfect anyway, but you can kind of tell, right, when it's like a completely different thing, like something that shouldn't be right, like an ear in the wrong spot, or like their mouth droops, but also like it's not a real human mouth, it's like the snout of a dog. Yeah, so things like that would definitely jump out to us. Yeah, fuck that word. Sorry, sorry. At least we're not using the word Wendy. I'm not even going to say the whole thing. But yeah, skinwalker in and of itself is also a bad word. Okay, let's see. So I'm also altering the story slightly as I read just to make it a little more comprehensible because I don't think it's been edited thoroughly, which is fine. Again, these are all stories that just came out, so they're not going to be well edited and it might be a little harder to get through. But yeah. Okay, let's continue. They can alter their body to make themselves younger, however, most tend to prefer looking old and frail, as it's better to hide the uncomfortable and issues. Okay, better to hide in. It's better to hide in communities. Aside, somehow knowing their original name, you can also use sagebrush. Mark that down, sagebrush, to make them uncomfortable enough to shift to their true form. It also wards them away, however, it may piss them off enough that they probably won't care, and herein lies the rub about hunting them. You'll typically get two calls. One is usually a new skinny that just transformed, going on a rampage, and usually it's so feral that it will lunge at whatever moves. However, a suspected skinwalker in a low income area or small town next to a forest or desert. So that's a little that seems a little problematic saying that it's in a low income area or small town because this makes it seem like low income areas, like if you happen to have, a skin rash or you're, just older and wrinkled or whatever, like people could immediately jump to, oh, it could be a skinwalker. I just feel like that could be problematic. Um, See, no one cares if a homeless or random druggie goes missing, and small towns typically are snoopy, but are also closed-lipped to outsiders. That's true. That's true. You see, yep, it's already in the book. See, he's already talking about why, that's good, or they rather, are already talking about why they're choosing small towns. So good, good. I dislike telling stories about my hunts. But for this one, I'll say a bit so you get a glimpse on what it means to take one of these jobs. See, I got a call about this small town who had a few missing livestock, and livestock found with cuts on their bellies, and their bellies were cut open, and livers and hearts were missing. So, to make a long story short, it was a dear old lady who had a ranch, and she let others use it occasionally for big events. She used those events to select targets and make people go missing. However, I was asked for tea by her, and when I went I smiled, sat down, and as she placed the two cups down, I took out my gun and shot her straight between the eyes. Trigger warning: death, murder. Uh, but wouldn't you know, the hag was halfway turned into a damn bobcat with human looking eyes when the bullet had already hit her. I made a call, and they came and cleaned up the body. You see, the older and more experienced a skinny, the faster they shift. To the point. 1 second you'll see a person, and then if you blink, you'll see a ravenous beast smiling at you. However, the more experienced ones will use other means to get what they want. The tea had herbs that would have made me pass out, and she would have had just dragged me down to her basement where I found a meat hook and skinning equipment. She probably planned it all off on shifting into me and leaving the town. Wow, yeah, I mean, if she was already being found, of course, of course. Oh, yeah, human eyes on a bobcat. Terrible, terrible. But yeah, if she had already planned to taken him out. Let's talk about some helpful tips. Eventually, I'll make a general guide for shapeshifters, but let's do a quick crash course for skinwalkers. If you need to go where people are, then make sure to buy some sagebrush. They hate the stuff with a passion. However, they can become resilient to it, as in the case of our old skinny that I dusted and hung sagebrush up on her windows. You'll normally see them recoil or step back in public, but alone, they may ask you to put it away or claim they're allergic. Also, be sure to dip whatever you plan on shooting them with in white ash. Make a fire and dip the tips in clean in and clean your gun out later. White ash can kill any skinwalker, and it's a symbol of purity, and they hate anything pure. Some higher breeds of skinnies won't die, but will stop them from healing any wounds with their magic jumbo. So if you use white ash, it may not kill them, but it will at least make it so they can't clean their wounds or heal their wounds, which is really good, right? So if you have like a sword, then you should definitely cover it in ash. You should take that sword and cut them into small pieces, and then you should just like burn them, probably, right? I would say. If you hurt them enough with the shotgun to where they can't move, then you can easily cut up the skinwalker, and then you'd burn the skinwalker. This is my idea. I don't know. I don't know. This is just what I would do if I were Sam and Dean. Okay. Making a fire and dipping the tips into your gun, you'll clean it out later, but the white ash can kill any skinwalker and it's a symbol of purity. Some of the higher breeds won't die immediately, but it will stop them from healing their wounds and etc. So you can blow them to pieces and give them to a medicine man. As for guns, I'd recommend confronting them in their human form, so anything you can fit in your pockets. Preferably a heavier caliber, but anything to God, this is hard for me to read. From there play along play along with them, and when you're alone, blow their brains out and set their bodies afire. If you wish to make the world a better place, then find out where they practiced their craft and burn that too. However, if they have already shifted, then pray it was a new skinny, because they will typically have their intelligence of a rake to a werewolf if they're newer. But if they're an older one, they'll be smarter. I see, I see. Never look into their eyes. They can paralyze you. What are they? Medusa? What the hell? So they can paralyze you. They can do all of these things. They'll maul you. Absolutely terrifying. And yeah, so you don't want to look in their eyes. If they're experienced and already transformed, you might be fucked. If it's already an old one, they've probably dusted their fair share of hunters, and they know you're probably packing something that can kill them. So be aware, because they'll probably play with you, and it might not be a one-sided. So just never let it get you where it wants you. You have to be one step ahead, essentially. Even if it has a hostage or uses the voices of a child, you need to make sure that you don't come out. Best thing to do is wait for it to make a mistake by backing yourself up and making a kill zone in front of you. Stay awake. I knew a hunter who tried to do this, and it used a charm to put him to sleep long enough for him to wake up to being mauled. That's terrifying. In short, while I normally recommend a shotgun and nice powdered revolver, with skinnies, I'd say you need to be flexible. Personally, I brought an AK-47 with a few magazines because unload on a whole one, and with a little bit of skill and training and a buttload of luck, you'll hit it at least once. God, okay, I'm done. I'm over this story. I'm over it. Apparently, yeah, this is a whole thing. They have like multiple of these stories, but I just cannot do the wall of text. Sorry. Anyone who's really interested in these kinds of stories, please check out Saint Redeemed. Obviously their stories are well imagined. I think the issue is just not having enough editing done, so it's hard to read. But yeah, we're gonna move forward. I think we're gonna read something that's like, yeah, an AK-47. Let's read something else, or we can pop into a game. We can definitely break it up. I do have my new processor, so we can jump into a new game, or we can just, move forward. But I think reading stories that are like really, really long-winded or have poor formatting just makes it hard for me to read. But also, it's not just the formatting. That one, the way that they told the story. There is a story on Bigfoot. Yep. Yeah. So if you want to check that out, it's right here. This one is literally a whole flat story. I would have to take this and break it up myself. and possibly rewrite some of the areas because just the flow of sentences, sometimes it seems like they lost track of what they were saying and then move forward, which again, they just posted this 7 days ago, so I can't complain too much. Yes, a very good processor. So, okay. Let's see. A nightmare of cockroaches. Fierce beast. Does anything jump out to anybody? Echo 9 sector. Ooh. Ooh, and this one's well cut. This one seems interesting. Do you think Bigfoot or the Yeti is real? So that's it's a weird question. I'm gonna say no, but that's with a caveat that I think there's a lot of places in the world that we still don't know much about. We haven't explored everything terribly in depth. So like the Himalayan mountains, right? The Himalayas. We don't know. We don't know, like we have not enough human traffic has been there to be saying yes or no. Do I think that they are in the US? I would probably say no, probably not. Maybe, but it's just like so many people can easily dress up in a Bigfoot costume, go outside, and then run around and use trail cam footage. They honestly, you can even wear like what are they called? The bug out outfits where you're like completely camouflaged. So I don't know. I think it's a possibility, just like aliens in the ocean, possibility. I don't know. I'm not a Vivid says yes. I'm not a huge fanatic of this kind of stuff, but maybe. What do you think, Eel? Vivid thinks that they are real for sure, but I do think that there are things that we don't know about. There's probably tons of species that we don't know. Vivid be Bigfoot for Halloween. Hell yeah. You know what? This would be a fantastic stream for me to be wearing a comfy cozy, one of my overcoats. Um, that's an animal one. Maybe. Yeah, I feel the same way. It's kind of a maybe. I'm definitely in the mind of I don't know enough to know for sure. And I do think there are a lot of things that we just, we don't know. So you already have the feet, you just need the fur. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question though. It's a good question. Do you think the Wendy's are real? The skinwalkers? Do you think the skinwalkers are walking around? It's definitely a possibility. Okay. The whole world is on Diddy's list. I do want to read Echo 9 Sector. So I think this will be our next story. This one is from Acidrez 13. Oh, we saw another one of their stories that looked interesting. The basement door. So I kind of, if we like this one, we'll go back and read the basement door story. But but yeah, 10,000% you believe in them. Yeah, I kind of that is one that I actually kind of do believe in. So when I go outside, right, I always make sure that like if I'm going outside at night, I'm trying to be very respectful. Well, I'm always trying to be respectful in nature, regardless. But it's like you just never know what spirits could be around you, like what potential negative energy could be out there. So it's like it is spooky to me, and just the darkness creeps me out anyway. I'm sure I'm not alone with that. But when it comes to nighttime and like having the windows open, I mean, you already know I like to close everything. So if I keep the windows open, then I'm closing the shades or at least like one of the layers because I just feel like it's creepy and I don't like having the windows open at night, but I do like having the breeze. So if the windows are open at night, I'm always closing the shades or, you know, the what's the other ones? The blinds. Um, just because I don't want something looking in, and I do kind of like I have like a feeling about skinwalkers. There's a series that I would love to watch on stream. I think it would have to be paused quite frequently, or at least maybe we'd have to figure that out, like ask the creator. But it's a series where it's like all of these found footage films, and like it goes through a whole story of like the background of like creepy pastas like this. But it's specifically, I think it's specifically tuned to skinwalkers and like that lore. I don't remember the name of it, but I'll have to find it. I'm pretty sure Creepcast was talking about it quite a while ago, maybe 4 months ago or something. But yeah, I would love to do that. So this is going to be our next story that we'll read, Echo 9 Sector by Azadrez 13. I would love to watch that. Okay, so let's take a quick break just because I feel like I need some more water. I'm almost out of water. You'll be very proud of me. I'm hydrating. And I also need to fill up my coffee. My coffee is pretty much gone. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn on a little bit of creepy music for you guys, and then I will be right back. And we'll read our next story. So stay tuned, and make sure that you are also hydrating. Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? I'm back, I'm back. I missed you all. Okay, so I have another story queued up. We know what we're gonna be reading. Eel has a new story, a new song for me to listen to. Okay. Also, let me turn this down just slightly for you. I have ice cream in a cup. So we're just gonna take a second and recap. What kind of song is it? I would love to listen. You can send it if you want to send it in the Discord, or you can send it on chat, whichever way. Cool, cool. And I will definitely listen to it. Okay. Whew. Ice cream, ice cream. Does everybody have snacks? Does anybody have snacks? Let me know. Thank you, Eel. KKO, how are you holding up? You still scared? You have enough snacks? And this is a Butterfinger concrete mixer from Culver's. But it's a little wet because it's warm in here. Josh Levi Vices. Ooh. That sounds interesting. Hello, Allie. Welcome, welcome. We're taking a wee snooze, a wee breaky break. A moment. Because the last story I tried to read was like a wall of text, and I ended up giving up. I was like, you know what? We're not going to read walls of text. But we are reading new stories that have been posted pretty recently on Reddit, and we're kind of checking some people out, some writers out. I have sushi too. So I'm gonna probably bring the sushi in it. I'll probably eat it on stream while we're hanging out tonight. Just because this is a very chill stream. We're just hanging out, we're having fun. So I have sushi with me, but it's in the fridge. And I will be eating that after. Right now I'm just having a little snacky snack. But hell yeah. Twinning! Mmm. I love scurry stories. Me too. Spooky, spooky. Okay. Without further ado, let's get into our next story. So, before I make a huge mess with my ice cream, which of course I will, let's be honest, this is me we're talking about. If anybody knows me, oh my god, it's not a good thing. I'm not proud of this, but I will pretty much without fault, without ever fail, I will always make a mess. I don't know what it is. I try my fucking best, but my best is not good enough. That's all I have to say. Hmm. Eel wants us to listen to a song. Okay, I'll tell you what, Eel. I'll tell you what, just for you, I'm going to listen to the song. I'm going to turn this off. We're actually, wait a second. Let me just pause my music. Do do do, do do do. Everybody hold. Let pause. Okay, so I'm going to pause the music and I'll turn it on the big thing, on the big computer. Jesus Lord. The brightness. All right, what is the song? Scurry, Josh Levi Vices. I think I've heard the song. And I don't want to get, have a problem, so we're only going to listen to like a snippet. We'll just listen to a little snippy snip. And I'm going to have it turned down low. Just a snippet, and then I'll listen to the rest later. Oh! Now you have to listen to an ad with me. Just kidding. Ba ba ba. Oh, I'm not going to do that. You're just going to listen and watch my face. Okay. Here's our song. This is Josh Levi Vices. I'm gonna skip through a little bit.
I've been tempted. One day I'll be 1,000 days away. Too long with all my vices, and time alone, losing you a happy home.
Ooh, I like the beat. That drop beat back here.
Think it's best if I just leave you alone.
Oh, that is some good that is some good beats right there. I like that a lot. Okay, I will listen to the rest of that on my own. I just don't want to have music that I'm not attributing. So yeah, yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you, Eel, for sharing some music with us. I'm, oh my god, Ali, you have no idea. The dual screens are a godsend, I must say. I must say. Okay, all right. Lay a small bite, and then let's get back into another story. Everybody, remember to hydrate, don't dehydrate. Get your little snackies. Be that sushi, as some commenters have said. Don't forget, um, if you don't want to chat, that's totally fine. But on the bottom right of the chat, there's a little heart, so you can just send some hearts if you'd rather, not really engage, but you want to let me know that you're enjoying the stream. And there's also a new update, this little Ko-Fi link over here on the left that will take you to a site where you can just buy me a coffee if that's something you're interested in. No pressure, no pressure. I would always rather you buy yourself a snack. That's what's most important on the stream. And yeah, let's get into it. So, this story is coming from Acidrez13. It's called Echo 9 Sector, and it was posted 7 days ago. Music, music. Perfect. Okay, actually, let me make sure I put on my music again. We got some creepy vibes. And also, let me know if it's too loud because I had to adjust it for that song we listened to. All right, everybody, we're back in it. Echo 9 Sector. It was supposed to be a routine reconnaissance mission. A group of 4 soldiers were sent to military restricted area Echo 9 base. A base abandoned about an alleged biological leak. No official documents confirmed this, and after information about the location had been classified. But there were rumors. Rumors that what was created there should not exist. The group was led by Sergeant Toledo, a seasoned veteran. I think it's a little loud. Probably. The group was led by Sergeant Toledo, a seasoned veteran, accompanied by Ramos, a demolition specialist, Lyra, a sniper, and Costa, the youngest and most eager of the group. Echo 9's entrance was suffocating. The main gate had been sealed and twisted, steel plates from the inside. Oh my god. Roll it back! Run it back, roll it back. Everybody chill, everybody chill. We're gonna get in, we're gonna get in. What's that? Ahem. Echo 9's entrance was suffocating. The main gate had been sealed with twisted steel plates from the inside, as if something immense had tried to break out. They used explosives to open a passage. The smell that escaped wasn't mold or rust. It was rotten, organic, like meat fermenting in the sun for weeks. Right at the entrance, they found remains of military uniforms and bones. But the bones weren't clean. They weren't polished, as if they were polished. God. I'm so sorry. Can you tell that I'm nervous? Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. It's gonna take a hot second. I just need to reevaluate. Reevaluate the reading situation. Okay. Right at the entrance, they found remains of military uniforms and bones. But the bones were clean, polished, as if they'd been boiled. Some still had remnants of blackened flesh glued to the structure. No animal would do that. Not with surgical precision. Emergency lights flashed, powered by automatic generators that were still working, strangely. The walls were covered in strange symbols scratched with fingernails or claws. Some messages were in English, while others in something indecipherable. One of them said, "They hear the bones crack." In the early hours, the radio still worked. After descending 3 levels, contact with the surface was severed. The air was thicker there. There was damp on the walls as if the concrete was sweating blood, and perhaps it was. In some parts a viscous red liquid oozed that moved against gravity. On the 4th level, they found the central laboratory, cages with destroyed bars, scratches on the walls, claw marks, and what was left of the scientists. Bodies hanging by their tendons, tied like meat to refrigerator hooks. The eyes were gouged out, the skin was opened in patterns that imitated organizational charts, each muscle exposed with numbered labels. It was as if something was studying the human anatomy from the inside. Costa vomited, but he wasn't the only one to lose control. Ramos started to laugh. Short, sharp laughs. Until you bang your head against the wall repeatedly. He said he heard a voice coming from the floor, asking to come in. When they tried to restrain him, he bent his own wrist in pieces of flesh until pieces of flesh were ripped off. He died choking on his own blood. And then they appeared. Deformed beings, humans only in form, but without skin, without eyes, with pulsating muscles, covered in what looked like black mucus. They walked slowly, but they always knew where the soldiers were. They were guided by sound. Any sigh was death. Lyra was next. He tried to shoot, but one of the creatures screamed. A scream that wasn't a sound, but a vibration. Her body exploded from the inside out. The skull was crushed by internal pressure, and the eyes bulged out of their sockets. The tongue as well came out through torn trachea. Toledo and Costa ran. They went up to the 2nd level. They found a monitoring room that was still active. The cameras showed hundreds of those things, some trapped in rooms while others dragging human remains, others standing still as if waiting. Toledo ordered Costa to run with the data. He himself stayed to trigger the self-destruction of the complex. When Costa turned to run, he saw Toledo being surrounded by the creatures. They didn't attack him right away. They opened their mouths in deafening silence. While one of them stuck their fingers into the sergeant's eye sockets, pulling out his still alive eyeballs, the camera turned off. Oh, God. Wow, I'm sorry, but that visual. Fuck. Ahem. Costa arrived at the surface with half of his face burning by a corrosive gas escaping from the pipelines. Loaded the hard drive. Took him to command, but everything was confiscated. A month later, he disappeared. On the wall of his accommodation, someone wrote in his own blood, "We escape in his bone." Echo 9 remains sealed. Officially, it has been deactivated. But sometimes, at night, satellites pick up electronic whispers coming from the depths, on a frequency that shouldn't even exist. The whispers say, "More meat, more eyes, more bones." Ooh, good one, good one. I mean, again, let's all give grace because, again, these are, just posted 7 days ago. These are really, really recent. So some of the things, like, one of the people was called a he, and then they changed it to she. But it's okay. I really liked it. I still liked it. I think it could definitely go somewhere. It also went really fast. Like, I feel like they skipped through a little bit some of the areas that could be slowed down a bit. Like, they could have fleshed out more some of the information on, like, how they got there, what passages they took, just kind of fleshed it out. And this is not really a critique, I'm just adding suggestions because, again, these writers just posted these stories. So, not that they need my suggestions and not that I, can really offer a whole lot of information, but it's suggestions nonetheless. All right, everybody. Who wants to pick the next one? We have The Whole World is on Diddy's List. Which, to what the actual fuck? I don't know if we want to read that. I dropped The Glass Heart. I don't think I was supposed to. The Night Watcher. Oh! I think Tails X, wasn't there another one that we wanted to read of theirs? My bedroom window. The man under the bed. There's someone living in my walls. They never fixed that screaming. Voices in the vent. Oh my god. Okay, so Tails _X_KIOV has a ton of stories. Like, what? What in the heck? I feel like I should maybe move this up slightly. Let me make this a little smaller for you. Yeah, Spotify stories are really good too. Must agree, must agree. The walls. Where was the walls? Someone living in my walls? I think that's what Vivid's trying to say. All right, let's read There's Someone Living in My Walls. This is another short story by Tails_X. We already read one of theirs, but let's read another one. Buckle up, everybody. Take a drink, get a bite of your ice cream or sushi or whatever you have, snack wise. And make sure you're moistened. Moisturize me! Alright. There's someone living in my walls. You know what? I feel like this song is just not the vibe. So we're gonna skip it. We're gonna go to the next one. Alright, let's do this. I noticed 2 weeks ago after moving in. The sound of footsteps between the walls. They weren't rats, they weren't pipes. They were footsteps. Slow. They sounded barefoot. I live in a studio apartment on the top floor. I live in a studio apartment on the top floor. No upstairs neighbors. I tried ignoring it, but every night at exactly 1:33 a.m., I hear the same thing. Shuffling, breathing, whispering. Always from the same wall behind my bed. One night I stayed awake, phone in hand, flashlight ready. At 1:33 the sound began. Then a voice barely audible from inside the wall. "You're in my room." I jumped up and backed away. The drywall was cold, too cold. I reported it to the landlord. He shrugged. "These walls are old. You're probably hearing echoes." I stopped sleeping near the wall, moved my mattress to the center of the room, but the noises followed. Now they came from under the floorboards. I started recording them and playing them back during the day. In one I heard my own voice whispering, but I never said those words. Then things started moving. The salt shaker was on the floor one morning. A drawer I never opened was pulled out. Then I woke up to find the words "Stay still" written in the steam on my bathroom mirror. I live alone. I bought a thermal camera, and last night I turned it on as the noise began. There was a figure. Okay, first of all, how are you not freaking out right now? How are you calm enough to write it like this? You know what I mean? Like, I would be freaking out. I would be noping out. I don't care how much shit I have in that house or apartment, it wouldn't be mine anymore. It's the ghost's. Everything I own are belong to Ghost because I'm not staying there. I'm not gonna deal with this, like, haunted shit. Like, oh my god, ain't no way. Ah! There was a figure. Then, crawling through the wall cavity. It stopped right behind my head. It paused. Then it tilted its head like it was listening. When I gasped, it turned toward the camera. No eyes, just skin where the face should be. And then it smiled. The camera froze. The feed went black. This morning I found a small hole in the baseboard behind my bed, just big enough to watch through. From the inside. I'm writing this from a hotel. I won't go back. But a few minutes ago, I got a text from an unknown number. No words, just a photo. Me, sleeping taken from inside the wall. I have to say, Tails X Kyov, you are an amazing writer. Both of the stories that you've written so far, I've gotten to a point where I'm like, how is this possible? How would you not just leave? And then every single time you're like, and then I did this. I think this one, yeah, the faces in the window where I'm like, oh, you should cover it up or you shouldn't go up it, whatever. And it was like, oh, and then you did what I wanted. So it's like, I feel like we're on the same wavelength, you know? Okay. All right, all right, all right. So, we've got some more options. What are we thinking? One very old creepypasta. Okay, this could be a good time for me to go to the one that I've been suggested by other people. So, this story was written by Zan Cruz 14 years ago. This is a story that people have recommended multiple times and really liked. So, I think we're gonna read it. This is not a newer one, so again, I don't have like any permission to be reading this. So if the current owner of the story, the person who wrote the story, isn't comfortable with us reading it on this, then that's fine. You can just message me at the Hinterlass on Reddit and let me know that you're not comfortable. But it has to be the actual creator, the person who posts it. Just let me know and then I'll just delete it from the video. But for now, for those watching currently, we're going to read it. So buckle up, grab your favorite cozy blankie, and let's get spooky. Zan Cruz, Candle Cove. Okay. It took place in Candle Cove. Wait, do I need to read these? I don't know if I should. I'm gonna read them because I don't know if this is like information that we need to know. So we'll start. Um, Maybe they put it in here for a good reason. So Skyshale0033 says Candle Cove local kids show question mark. Does anyone remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike underscore Painter 65 says, Candle Cove local kids show question mark? It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in '72. Candle Cove, was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Skyshale0033 replies, Candle Cove, local kids show, yes! Okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, like real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station that was. I don't think it was WTSF though. Jaren 2005 replies, Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshale. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in '71, not '72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was Channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. Ah, so it is all very important. Okay, good, good, good. I'm glad I went back. It looked like someone had just posted this. So this is supposed to be like a story about like a conversation on Reddit itself. That's kind of sick. I like it. I like it. All right, let's. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick drink and then we're gonna continue with what Jaren 2005 says about Candle Cove. Okay. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughing Stock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was calliope music constantly playing. don't remember the girl's name. Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Skyshale says, "Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden, smiling face, with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Edwin voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked." Mike Painter 65 says, "Haha, I remember now too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? Wait, this part. You have to go inside." Skyshale says, Mike, I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed, ugh, it just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin Hart replies, "I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare fuel." That wasn't the villain. The puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that it meant he had only one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Holy shit. Dude, if I had a child and they were watching a show that had like the Skin Taker, Horace Horrible, that one's not too bad. But like the handlebar mustache villain, or having like somebody say you have to go inside and having spooky stuff, fuck no. There ain't no way. I mean, I'm all about spooky stuff, but like, it's gotta be child appropriate. Okay, let's see. Alright, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin Hart says, not the Kevin Hart you think, probably. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kid show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings, just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape, and his glass eyes that were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Skyshale replies, "Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin?" What the fuck? Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way. Mike Painter replies, "Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close? His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, 'Why does your mouth move like that?' And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl, but at the camera and said, 'To grind your skin.'" Skyshale, "I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended and the show faded from black and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces and they were just screaming and the puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically and just they were all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it." Kevin Hart, "I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode." No, 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 no. Not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in one place crying and screaming for the whole show? Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory, because you said that, but I swear to God, I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. This is the intro that played at the beginning of most episodes. Candle Cove Local Kids Show. Oh, God. Yes. The little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off its wire hinges. I turned it off, and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother, and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter 65 says, I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kids show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that and asked why. And she said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom, and then you would tune into the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show. An anecdote. Loved this show. Horace Horrible was my favorite. I remember looking everywhere for his action figure, but Kitty City and KB had never even heard of the line. I finally found a talking Horace, good as new, at somebody's yard sale, though I didn't see a house around and never saw those people again. I was pretty excited and I ran to my friend's house to gloat. When his mom answered the door, she let out the most guttural scream I'd ever heard, absolutely scaring the shit out of me. She told me to get lost with that thing and slammed the door in my face. My kid logic concluded that she must have known I bought a toy from a stranger completely unsupervised, and that it must have been an even more serious crime than I thought. So I did my best to keep Horace hidden, especially from my own parents, but his voice chip was pretty damn loud, and every so often he'd go off by himself, like his battery was dying. My mom kept asking if Marble, our cat, was in my room. I don't know how you mistake that goofy chuckling for a cat. It was subtle at first, but after a few days, he started to smell weird. His voice kept getting weaker and more garbled, and his joints kept getting looser like they were ready to drop off. I was afraid of getting caught, and we didn't have trash pickup, so I did what rational child does when he's thinking he has contraband and buried it in the woods. I never found another one or figured out what was wrong with him, but it's the weirdest thing. A tree grew where I left him. I shit you not, in just a couple weeks. It never grew leaves, and it never got much taller than me, but it's there to this day, and every summer it swarms with disturbing numbers of flies, wasps, and ants. And that, my friends, is Candle Cove. This reminds me, wasn't there a show that came out like this year that kind of sounds like that? I'm pretty sure there was a movie that came out that like had it where the kids would watch static on the TV, and there was like this ominous evil Mr. Person who would pretend to be like, "Oh, all my kids were all happy on this TV show," but then he actually like, like the families or something. So yeah, yeah, this is a really good story. I really like that. But I'm pretty sure that there is a movie now that's based off of it. So, yeah, if you listen to it on stream, this might be the only time you listen to it because I might have to cut it out of my video. Um but yeah. Also, Ali, I listen to a lot of creepy pastas on Spotify too. There are some really good podcasts that I like to listen to. So, yeah. And yes, kids are insane. Absolutely crazy. Okay, if anybody has another suggestion, I will use that. But we can just scroll and see what we find too. Ghost in the Machines, the town infected with masks. I work night shifts in a hotel. Room 313 shouldn't exist. That was a fun one. That was really good, yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they're so good. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the stream. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm not good at it, and I appreciate you saying that, but I this is why I'm doing it, right? Like I want to practice being able to read on stream without getting nervous. So this is more of a practice for me. But like I said, so I have a stream coming up tomorrow morning. If anyone wants to tune in, I'm going to be streaming just when I wake up, freshly eepy, and I'm going to be reading drama stories from Reddit. So that'll be really fun. I'm going to have my coffee. I'm going to be sleepy. I'm probably just going to be wearing nighties or something, and we might just be out in the living room. I'm not sure yet, but yeah. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, let's continue with our spook cast. Um, it's getting darker outside, so I am getting nervous. Tomorrow morning, I'm thinking probably around 9 or 10 a.m. Yep. So if you want to tune in, you are more than welcome. Obviously, I know people are probably going to be working quite a bit tomorrow since it's still Friday. It's a weird day to do it, but I don't anticipate a lot of viewers or anything. It's just going to be pop in, and then I think I'm going to call it drama alert. Thank you to Vivid for that suggestion. So we're probably just gonna be like, I'll just be here, kind of scrolling. We'll hang out. We'll have a little breakfast together, and I'll be like, oh, drama alert, and then I'll just read you a story, and we can judge people. I think it'll be a fun little segment. Okay, so yeah, I think that'll be fun. The cartoon that made a whole town disappear. We could also do this where we just like scroll. I wonder if there's a way for me to like make it so it goes really fast, but I don't think so. These are all still new, for sure, for sure. Glitches in reality, text story. They should all be text stories. Hmm. Okay. The happiest place on earth? The starving fox? I took a 30-day live stream challenge. Oh, we gotta do this one. Since I'm literally live streaming, we gotta do this one, right? Okay. All right, everybody. I've got a second story queued up and ready to go. Okay. Creepypasta number 2. I'm gonna pull this down slightly. Let's just readjust just ever so slightly. Whew. All right. We're going to read a story by Psycho. That is PSCHYCO 147. So 147. Okay. I took a 30-day live stream challenge for $100,000. I don't think I'm the one streaming anymore. Day 1. The beginning. I received an offer from a company called Grin Signal. Stream my life 24/7 for 30 days. No breaks longer than 15 minutes and earn 100K. The rules were strict. No leaving the apartment, no turning off the stream, and no covering the cameras. Desperate for money, I accepted. Day 2. Settling in. The equipment arrived, multiple cameras including ones for the bathroom and kitchen, all connected to a sleek locked PC tower with no ports. I set everything up and went live. The first day was uneventful. Just me going about my daily routine. Day 3. The audience grows. Viewership started to climb. Comments flooded in, some supportive, others curious about the setup. I noticed the cameras had a red light that blinked occasionally, even when I wasn't doing anything noteworthy. Day 4. Unusual glitches. The stream began to glitch at odd times. Brief static, distorted audio, and occasional screen flickers. Viewers commented on it, thinking it was part of the show. I dismissed it as a technical issue. Day 5. The ceiling camera. I woke up to find a new camera angle on the stream. A view from the ceiling directly above my bed. I hadn't installed a camera there, and I searched the ceiling but found nothing. The angle disappeared later that day. Day 6. Mirror reflections. The bathroom mirror showed a delayed reflection. I'd move and the reflection would follow a second later. Sometimes it didn't move at all. I covered the mirror, but the stream showed it uncovered. Fuck no. Sleep disturbances, day 7. I started having nightmares, vivid, unsettling dreams of being watched. I woke up feeling exhausted, despite sleeping for hours. Viewers noted that I talked in my sleep, saying things I couldn't remember. Day 8. Messages from viewers. I received messages from viewers claiming they saw someone else in the apartment during the stream, a shadowy figure in the background, always just out of focus. I retrieved the footage, but saw nothing. Day 9. Time loss. I began losing track of time. I'd start a task and suddenly find hours had passed. The stream logs showed me sitting motionless, staring at the wall during these periods. Day 10. Unexplained sounds. I heard whispers at night, soft voices speaking in an unintelligible language. They seemed to come from the walls. I checked for any sources, but found none. Honestly, I would be noping out. I would already have noped out. This is a nope, a big nope from me. Another hot take, don't fucking set up cameras everywhere. And you know what? If you need money that badly, no, you don't. No, you don't. Like, if this shit is already happening, nope. The minute someone said they saw someone in my apartment, the minute, in fact, the second, in fact, the millisecond, before they even said it, I'd be out. I would not be there. I would cease to exist. There's just physically no way. Okay. Okay, unexplained sounds. I heard whispers at night, soft voices speaking in an unintelligible language. They seemed to come from the walls. I checked for any sources, but found none. Physical changes, day 11. I noticed bruises on my arms and legs that I couldn't explain. Viewers commented on them, speculating about their origin. I had no memory of injuring myself. Day 12. The reflection moves. While brushing my teeth, I saw my reflection smile at me, even though I wasn't smiling. It winked and then returned to mirroring my actions. I left the bathroom in a panic. Day 13. Messages in the stream. The stream displayed messages I hadn't typed, like, "Let us in," "We see you," "Join us." I changed all my passwords, but the messages continued. Day 14. The figure appears. Viewers captured screenshots of a dark figure standing behind me during the stream. I never saw it in person, but the images were clear. It stood, watching me. No way. I'm so uncomfortable right now. I'm so uncomfortable and so nervous. Okay, day 15, isolation. I tried contacting friends and family, but my phone wouldn't connect. Emails went unanswered. It was as if I had been cut off from the outside world. Day 16, the voice. A voice began speaking to me through the headphones, whispering my name, recounting my thoughts before I had them. It knew things about me that I had never shared. Day 17, the doppelganger. I saw myself on the stream, performing actions that I wasn't doing, walking around the apartment, staring into the camera. I was sitting still, yet the stream showed me moving. Day 18, physical manifestations. Objects moved on their own. Doors opened and closed without cause. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath despite the thermostat reading a normal temperature. Day 19, the mirror shatters. The bathroom mirror exploded without warning, sending glass in all directions. I stood frozen as the shards rained down. On the floor they formed letters, jagged, blood-edged slivers, spelling out, "He's almost done." I didn't know who he was, but I was certain they weren't talking about me. Day 20. Stream delay. I noticed a delay in the live stream. Not seconds, but minutes. I'd move, and 5 minutes later the stream would catch up. But sometimes the stream showed things I hadn't done yet. Walking into rooms I hadn't yet entered, talking to people who weren't there. People in the comments said it felt like watching the future. Day 21. Losing time. I woke up in the kitchen, standing. My hands were soaked in something dark. I thought it was blood, but it smelled like ink. On the walls, phrases were scribbled again and again in frantic, looping handwriting. "Who's watching who? Streamed enough yet? There's no offline." Day 22. No sleep. I stopped sleeping. Whenever I closed my eyes, I'd see the stream interface in my mind. Hearts floating, usernames scrolling, camera feed overlapping. I could hear the chat even without headphones. One viewer typed, "We miss the old you." Another replied, "Wait for day 30. Day 23. The feed splits. The stream glitched and it showed two live feeds side by side, one of me pacing in real time, and one where I was laying in bed, eyes open, unmoving. Viewers called it the split. They took sides. Some believed I was still real, and others said I'd been replaced. I started wondering which version of me I was. Day 24. Lights out. Power cut. Everything went pitch black. No electronics worked. But the stream continued. People commented on the darkness, some saying that they could see me even though I was in total blackness. A new user appeared in the chat with a red name. Syswatcher_01. Their only message? Do not look behind you. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no, now I need to look behind me. Fuck. Hi Ryan, welcome to chat. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I'm scared. I literally cannot. The stream's over here and I'm not looking at it because I'm so afraid if I look behind me I'm gonna see something creepy. Ah! Everybody take a drink. Everybody take a drink. Okay, I'm fine. Oh, there's nobody there. Oh, fuck. It's so stressful. Okay. It's fine, Ryan. Everything's fine. Oh, don't say that. Fuck. Until my chat turns into the stories. Yes, we're reading some recent uploads to the creepypasta subreddit. Okay. I guess we continue, shall we? We shall. A new user appeared in the chat with a red name, Syswatcher01. Their only message, do not look behind you. I looked. There was something tall and bent over the couch, watching, breathing. Day 25. I am the stream. I no longer felt the need to eat or drink. The cameras turned toward me on their own, anticipating my movements. I tried covering one, but the video showed me smiling as I did it, even though I was crying. The chat filled with laughter, but not text. Audio. A chorus of distorted voices. My viewers were laughing out loud. Literally. Day 26. Visitors. There was knocking at the door. I ran to it, and no one was there. Then knocking from inside of the bedroom closet. I opened it. Nothing was there. Then the stream showed someone still inside it, watching me from the dark. I screamed. The scream captioned it. He sees you now. Day 27. Outside isn't real. I smashed a window and tried to climb out. There was nothing beyond the glass. Just static, like a broken TV screen. My hand dissolved at the edge. Not blood, not bone, but pixels. This is a really good story. I pulled back and vomited code onto the floor. It blinked and dissolved. The chat erupted. Stay inside the broadcast! Don't break character! Don't break the fourth wall! Day 28. Rehearsal. I heard myself talking in the other room. Same voice, same cadence. I walked in and found nothing. But on the feed, I was still in there, practicing lines. They're almost ready. He's nearly perfect now. Day 29. System update. A prompt appeared on the stream overlay. Update complete. New identity installed. I tried ending the stream, but the button vanished. I tore the cameras from the walls, but they regenerated. One by one, the chat was full of only one phrase now. You are live forever. Day 30. The final viewer. Only one viewer remained. The chat was dead silent. I spoke directly to the camera. Who are you? The reply typed itself out in red. I'm the you that got out. I stared into the lens, and the camera stared back. And then I watched as I stood up from the couch and walked away from the screen towards freedom, while I remained seated, motionless, trapped in the lens. The stream ended. For them. But I'm still here. I'm still alive. Oh, this is so... He's hiding. Fuck, Ryan, stop. You're stressing me out, boy. You're stressing me out. Oh my god. I hope... Do they have seconds? Do they take my upvote, please. Le second. This is second, please. Okay, holy shit, this is amazing. So, Psycho 147. Do you got anything else for us? Oh, don't look. Nobody look. Look away. Avert your eyes. I have no idea what that was, but that was so good. That one really got me. It's like my alter ego. Oh, behind me? I love scary movies, but I'm terrified. I do love horror, all things horror, but I am absolutely way too easily spooked, for sure, for sure. That was a good one. That one hits a little too close to home with me being a live streamer. I'm like, is this what's happening right now? I'm literally getting sucked into an alternate dimension where I am now part of the stream and I'm not actually real. I would love to find more like that. Yeah, it's hard because I don't know what I'm going to find. Again, all of these are like really recent. This was updated or uploaded 15 days ago. It was written. So it's hard to find. It's like cherry picking, you know? We got to find the good ones. But hell yeah, I loved that. For anyone who's just joining, just so you know, my Discord server is pinned in the chat if you're interested in joining that. A Mothman movie that's supposed to be a true story. Wait. What do you mean? Like, someone who takes care of moths? Oh, a museum. Interesting. Okay. The room that whispers back? I got a notification that I just died, but I'm still here. The Cradle Witch expanded. So this one makes me curious because if it's been expanded, that means it probably has already been edited a bit, which would probably be good. So that one might be a good one to check out. I'm trying to solve a missing persons case. Username 999. It's like these ghosts that appear like moths. Ooh. Interesting. The Cradle Witch sounds interesting. Okay. We can give that one a shot. Let me skip this song. I like... There we go. Like having a little bit of Little difference. Okay. All right. So this one is from Different Pride, 1245. They have a few different short stories. I don't want to click through their links, so let's read what they've got. So, Different Pride, 1245, The Cradle Witch Expanded. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. I do know about Mothman. I don't know about a true story Mothman, unless it's like, yeah, I guess, I don't know. Museum between Ohio and West Virginia. So, I guess I don't know about a Mothman in spooky style. I don't know. Alrighty. Ahem. Ahem. Me. In a small hospital nestled on the outskirts of a quiet town, Nurse Evelyn was known for her cold, clinical efficiency. Her uniform was always perfectly pressed, her movements precise and deliberate. She ran the baby ward with an almost robotic detachment, attending to her charges with an eerie composure. It's my favorite word! Oh my god! Here it is! My favorite word, eerie. I love this word so freaking much. Okay. The hospital staff spoke of her in reverent tones, often commenting on her exceptional ability to manage even the most difficult cases. But beneath the polished exterior of perfection, Evelyn harbored a darkness that no one could see. Over the years, many infants had passed under her care, but far more had died than anyone could account for. More than 40 babies, though the exact number was never fully known, had perished under her watch. Each death was swift, quiet, and unremarkable. The hospital records always showed the same explanation: natural causes, sudden illness, or failure to thrive. But those who worked with Evelyn began to notice the pattern, though they dared not speak of it. She chose the weakest infants, the most fragile, and those who seemed like they might slip away on their own. And then, one by one, they did. So, trigger warning, baby death. I would skip this if you're a mother or someone who's really sensitive to this kind of topic. I don't want to be upsetting anybody or stressing anybody out, but I probably should have given this previous to this. So I think what I'm going to do with the video when I upload it is I'll just put a time tag and let people know, like, this is between these two times or this story, and it's going to, trigger warning, so people can skip it. Okay. Whew. There was a chilling sense of inevitability in it all. The mothers came, full of hope and love, entrusting their most precious treasures to Evelyn's care. But they left with low and empty arms, their hearts broken, their tears flowing freely in the quiet halls. Let me know if the music is too loud. No one ever questioned the nurse. No one except for the mothers, who grieved silently and quietly, unable to voice their suspicions. Evelyn's efficiency was unmatched, and as long as no one asked questions, she was untouchable. Each baby that died under her watch seemed to carry a weight of its own, a weight that Evelyn felt deep inside of her, but never acknowledged. It was a price that had to be paid, she told herself. The weak ones would always die. That was simply the way of the world. Oh, so Evelyn's like this natural selection queen or something? Like, come on, let's be real. What is she doing? What is she doing? She's not a natural selection queen. Okay. Also, hello, Eel. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. Um, oh, Ryan, if you go to check out that museum, please let us know how it goes and what you find, and if it's really really cool. Take photos and post them in our chat. I would absolutely love that. That would be really cool. Okay. Um. All right, let's continue. But one day, Charlotte arrived. Charlotte was different from the others. She was a powerful woman, rich, influential, and known throughout the region. Her name carried weight. Her presence commanded attention. The staff marveled at her poise and beauty, but Evelyn, ever the professional, saw only the task before her to care for Charlotte's newborn. The child, a healthy, chubby baby boy, was entrusted to Evelyn's hands as if this were just another routine. Charlotte did not question Evelyn's care. Why would she? The nurse was perfect. But as the days passed, something began to change. The baby, once vibrant and healthy, started to show signs of distress. His skin grew pale, his breathing labored, and his once bright eyes dimmed. Evelyn's hands moved with her usual efficiency, but something inside her began to stir. This baby was different. He wasn't supposed to be sick, he was supposed to thrive. But Evelyn's calm exterior never wavered. She continued her work as she always had, and yet, as each hour passed, she couldn't shake the feeling that this time was different. When Charlotte arrived to check on her son, the inevitable had already occurred. The baby, who had been so full of life, now lay lifeless in his crib. His tiny body was cold, his face a ghostly shade of pale. Charlotte's heart shattered as she clutched her child in her arms, her eyes filled with an unspoken accusation. She knew, deep down, she knew that this was no accident. The grief that washed over Charlotte was like nothing she had ever felt before. But this was not just the loss of her child that drove her to madness. No, it was the knowledge that Evelyn had done this. She had taken her son, just as she had taken so many others, and Charlotte, a woman who had built an empire on strength and power, would not let this go. She would make Evelyn feel the pain that she had caused, the grief she had inflicted upon so many others. In the cold silence of the hospital room, Charlotte whispered a curse. It was an accident. It was an ancient, powerful curse, one older than the walls of the hospital, older than time itself. She spoke the words softly, as though they were meant for only for herself, but the room seemed to hold its breath, as if the very air itself was listening. You will feel every moment of suffering, every ounce of guilt, every tear shed for the children you've taken. All of it will be yours forever. The words, though quiet, seemed to carry an unimaginable weight. The room trembled, and Evelyn felt the ground beneath her shift. The air grew thick, heavy with a dark, malevolent energy. A dark force surged around her, coiling through the air like a serpent, ready to strike. In that moment, Evelyn knew that something had changed. Something ancient and terrible was stirring within her, and she could not escape it. Charlotte's whispered curse did not dissipate like breath into the air. Instead, it hung heavy like smoke in the sterile hospital room. The words were old, older than language, older than light, and yet they pierced reality like a blade. The fluorescent lights above flickered once, twice, and then the world seemed to pause. Evelyn didn't believe in such things, curses, spirits, the supernatural. Her world had always been one of procedure, silence, and control. She thrived on the cold certainty of death, a predator cloaked in white, deciding who was too weak to continue. But she didn't kill them. No, not outright. She just let them go. But this was not something that she could file away in a report or explain with a clipped sentence. As Charlotte held the cold baby, the body of her child, and repeated the curse through clenched teeth, something ancient stirred, and Evelyn felt it. It began as a pressure in her chest, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to her. Then the lights above cracked, bulbs bursting as shadows surged up the walls like liquid smoke. Evelyn stumbled back, her composure fracturing, her breath catching in her throat, and the air around her thickened into gluey fog, cold and damp, filling her lungs with every inhale. From somewhere unseen, whispers began. Tiny voices, soft, but anguished. Infantile sobs, gasps, cries for mothers who would never come. And Evelyn pressed her hands to her ears, but the sounds crawled inside her head, echoing off the hollows of her mind. She turned toward the door and tried to run. But her legs no longer obeyed her. Her hands trembled violently. Beneath her skin something moved, something not entirely her. Then the visions came. One after another, the children she had let die appeared before her in flashes, their little faces contorted in confusion and pain, their tiny chests rising and falling for the last time. Their eyes were not angry, they were pleading. Evelyn screamed, but the sound barely escaped her throat. Her voice had become small, distant, like theirs. She collapsed, convulsing as the curse reached its crescendo, shadows wrapping around her like fingers, peeling away her skin, not literally, but spiritually, tearing her soul open stitch by stitch. Okay, whoever wrote this, what in the hell did you go through? Okay, like, what? First of all, we love people getting exactly what they deserve. We love that. Okay, I am all about making sure that, righteous justice and shit. That's my shit. I love that shit. Go listen to King, Epic the Musical King, that song. Oh, some righteous justice for y'all. But like, what the actual F? I was not expecting to read about dying babies today. All right, you never know what you're gonna get with creepy pasta, but holy shit, midlife crisis, yeah. Okay, where am I here? Okay, yeah, different pride 1245 for sure, for sure. You gotta maybe see some therapists. Actually, writing can be really good therapy. And honestly, I do like the story, don't get me wrong. Because anyone reading this would be like, we need to see some righteous justice because throughout history there have been nurses like this who have either deliberately or just, by neglect done this very thing. And so we love the righteous justice for sure, for sure. But holy shit. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Let's continue. Shadows wrapped around her like fingers, peeling away her skin. Not literally, but spiritually, tearing her soul open stitch by stitch. Guilt, shame, agony, emotions she had buried for years poured into her, refusing to be ignored any longer. Her bones twisted beneath her flesh, her spine snapped backward, her face pulled taut like stretched fabric. Her mouth stretched too wide, and the eyes sank, blackened by the centuries of suffering she had inherited as in an instant. She became gaunt, hollow, and yet swollen with emotion she had never allowed herself to feel. Her breath returned, but it was no longer hers. It rasped in her throat, a dying sound. A thought. Oh, as though she were breathing for dozens of lungs that no longer functioned. Her fingers lengthened and curled, the skin peeling like old parchment. Her nurse's uniform hung from her body like a shroud. She was no longer Evelyn. She had become something else. Something cursed. Something bound. The Cradle Witch. Her mind shattered, then reassembled, like a window reforming from broken shards. She remembered every child, every moment, every mother's scream. It all played in her head, a broken lullaby on loop. The hospital room around her dissolved into shadow, and she stood alone in a corridor of fog and memory. But she was not powerless. She was not a victim. She was chosen. The pain was unbearable, yes, but it became her fuel. In it she discovered a new clarity, a twisted calling. She was no longer the cold gatekeeper who chose who lived and who died. She was something worse. Or something better. The curse had gifted her with sight. Spiritual, visceral sight. She could see now. She could now see shame, smell sorrow. She could sense the sickening weight of guilt in others as if it were smoke rising from their skin, and she was drawn to it like a moth to a flame. She's the real Mothman. She is the real Mothman for sure, for sure. But she was not there to punish them. Not exactly. She was there to offer release. To those drowning in their guilt, to those paralyzed by remorse, they would find her, not in dreams and not in the waking world, but in that space between, that liminal space. The moment before a scream, the instant before sleep, the cradle witch would come, and in her arms she would rock them, cradle them, soothe their wounds and still their pain, only it never ended with comfort. It ended with silence. And so began her journey, not through time, but through suffering. No longer confined to one place, the cradle witch drifted through realms, tethered to the scent of grief, to those echoes of a guilty heart. She had become a living conduit of sorrow, cursed to absorb what others could not carry. She would find the most broken among us, and she would set them free. But freedom is not free. They called her a myth, a tale whispered to make restless children sleep and guilt ridden adults shiver. But myths don't leave footprints in hospital halls. Myths don't cry when no one is in the room. And myths don't rock empty cradles long after the last baby has died. She is not a story, she is a presence. After the night Evelyn became the cradle witch, the hospital changed. No one spoke of the disappearance. The records were silent. The nurses who remained learned to ignore the creaking floorboards in the nursery, the sudden cold draughts, the unseen weight that sometimes pressed against their backs like a child clinging to a mother. Most left. Those who stayed learned to pray, not for themselves, but for the souls she hadn't taken yet. But she didn't stay in that building. The cradle witch drifted from the first place of sorrow like smoke escaping a fire. She no longer needed halls or walls. She was drawn now to grief like a predator drawn to blood. But not just any sorrow. It had to be heavy. It had to be earned. She haunted those who bore guilt too great to survive, people who committed terrible acts or who had failed others in quiet, devastating ways, those who buried shame so deeply it festered and soured, and when the weight became too much, when they sat in the dark and whispered apologies to none, she came. Her arrival is not dramatic. There's no flash of lightning or burst of flame. The world simply changes. A flicker in the television when you're alone, the soft creak of a cradle when there's no child in your home, a lullaby softly hummed under your breath, one you swore you've never heard. And then she's there. At first, you only see pieces, a pale hand grasping the edge of a doorway, a reflection that doesn't match your movements, a shadow standing at the foot of your bed. Her form shifts, always half hidden, as if reality itself rejects her completely. But that feeling, that is unmistakable. It's like being submerged in regret, like drowning in memories you tried to forget. She brings it all back, the moment you lied, the day you walked away, the night you could have saved someone and didn't. Her presence pulls the truth out of you, not for judgment, not for punishment, for possession. She does not kill her victims, and no one ever finds blood. There are no signs of violence, but those she visits never are never the same. They are found rocking in place, whispering apologies to children that were never theirs. They hum lullabies until their voices crack. They sleep during the day and wander at night as if looking for something they can't name. Some are committed, some simply vanish. Others take their own lives, not out of fear, but because they cannot bear the peace she gave them. Because it is not peace, it is hers. The cradle witch cradles the souls of the guilty. She rocks them like newborns, pressing their pain into her own spirit, absorbing every scream, every tear, every gasp. Her mercy is suffocating. Her forgiveness is obliteration. In her arms you do not sleep, you drown, and she holds you tighter the deeper you sink. They say she carries a nursery with her now, a space between realities, a dark, flickering place filled with the souls of those she claimed. You might glimpse it in the corner of your eye, a rusted crib, a flickering mobile, the faint echo of infant crying, but it's never there when you look again. It waits in moments of vulnerability, when your defenses drop and your guilt rises. She is not vengeful, not truly. She does not come for the wicked in anger. She comes for the remorseful. She finds those already broken, already lost in their own shame, and she gives them something worse than death, understanding. To be held by the cradle witch is to finally feel the full weight of what you've done. She does not absolve. She does not judge. She shows you the truth of your actions through the eyes of the innocent. You become what you destroyed. You feel what you made others feel. The pain is not punishment, it is reflection. A perfect mirror polished with the tears of the damned. And once you understand, she rocks you slowly back and forth, back and forth. Her voice is not a voice. It's the echo of every mother who ever wept, every child who ever screamed, every soul who ever longed for love and found only darkness. Some say you stay there forever, cradled in that endless, spectral nursery, floating between forgiveness and oblivion. Others say that if your guilt is too great, she lets you go. But only after your soul has been hollowed out and replaced with silence, you walk away as something else. Not a person, not entirely, just a shell. A cautionary tale in the making. The cradle witch still walks. She walks through sorrow, through memory, through shame, and when the night is too quiet and your thoughts are too loud, when you rock yourself to sleep to escape what you've done, listen closely, because she might be rocking too, and she never rocks alone. Holy shit! I was not expecting it to make that turn. I loved the ending of that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So for me, like this just hits home. Like all the bottom hits home. This this reads like the telling of the beginning of a wives' tale, right? Or an old wives' tale, or like a myth essentially, right? This is the beginning. This is how she was created essentially, and it reads so well. I loved this story. The real Mothmen were the ones that we meet along the way. This one was fantastic. Different Pride 1245. I judged you too quickly, for sure, for sure. I mean, oh god, I'm sorry. I have to like move. I'm like sitting on my feet and I have to do it because it's comfortable for me, but also like got to make sure I'm moving. Whew. Yeah, this one reminds me of like just there's been multiple times in my life, right, where people will say things like, "Oh, I was abused as a child," or like, "I had a really shit childhood, so I'm just doing what other people do. Like everybody does this. I'm just being a shithead because, I wasn't treated right." And don't worry, this goes back to the story. But for me, I think of it as like, okay, well, you're choosing that. You're choosing to look in the mirror and not like who you are. You can change the narrative, you can be a better person. And the Cradle Witch story reminds me of that, where it's like, at some point, you're going to look in the mirror and you don't like who you see. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter really on the outside what you do to someone else. They're going to be able to grow from it or learn from it or move forward. Hopefully, they don't even remember what your name is if you're a shithead to them. But, like, at some point, you're going to look back, even if it's on your deathbed, even if it's after you die, I don't know. But, like, it's. It's not rewarding to look in the mirror and be like, I hate who I am. I don't like what I did. And so this kind of like reverberates that for me, where it's like giving people that forgiveness, right? That in and of itself, it frees you, but that person is always stuck. Even if they never apologize, they never do better, they never learn from their mistakes, or, if they keep choosing to be just a shit human being because they think, oh, everyone does this. No, the fuck they don't, first of all. But second of all, like, if you choose to forgive them, it's almost like they know they don't deserve it, you know? And that in and of itself, that can be so deeply hurtful to themselves where they're like, wow, why are you forgiving me? Like, it almost like makes you want to be angry. It's like, why the fuck would you forgive me? I've hurt you. So I feel like they're stuck in that limbo where it's like they're being forgiven, but they don't deserve it and they don't want to be forgiven. They just want to, they wish they had never done it, kind of thing. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I really love this story. A fantastic one, for sure, for sure. Um, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save that one. Whew. Wow. All right, we've been streaming for 3 hours. Does anybody have another creepypasta they want me to read? Anything specific, or should we just find one more and then call it good? What are we thinking? I think this was so far my favorite one we read today. Absolutely. I mean, the baby death, definitely trigger warning, watch out. It'll get you, but it reads as literally the origin story to the Cradle Witch. And it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Delves into like narratives of, the human psyche and just all of that. Oh, so good, so good. Okay. So, moving forward, we have the option to look more at different prides stuff, but I think, yeah, they have a whole bunch of links, and I don't want to listen to their YouTubes on it. But I would suggest if you want to listen to their stuff, please go check them out. I'm pretty sure, let's look. I'm pretty sure it'll be the same. Oh no, it's Tears of Fear Horror Narration. Tears of Fear horror narration. So if you are interested in them, please go check them out. I'm going to subscribe. Fantastic job. Again, if you hated having me read this and you are the writer, the Different Pride 1245, please message me. I'm Hinterlass or the Hinterlass on Reddit, and you can just let me know and I will blotch it out. I will kick it out of my stream. But yeah, absolutely my favorite one we've read today. I fucking loved it. Okay. What are your thoughts on Hollow Earth, the Inner Earth? Uh, there's no way that Inner Earth is hollow. Not fully hollow, at least. I would say, just the fact of what's it called? There's there's a name for that, right? There's like an actual name. I don't remember what I'm trying to think of, but like when it comes to gravity and things, there has to be an immense amount of mass at the very center of the earth. There has to be immense amounts of gravitational pull to keep us where we're at, right? So I highly doubt that it's hollow or empty. I do love what is that movie where you're going, oh, just the center of the earth, I think, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Um, yeah, I love the idea. I that was probably second favorite movie when I was a child, Journey to the Center of the Earth, and I'm talking like the old one. But I don't believe in it, really. I don't think it's possible. I do think that there are large cavities down there for sure, but are they inhabited? I highly doubt it. I'll tell you what, if they are inhabited, it's got to be life forms that we have no fucking clue about. Also, this one has 11 comments. Oh, oh, that's like a really short story. Typing, but who? Maybe we'll try this one. Yeah, is Agartha the same thing, Vivid? Okay, let's read this one really quickly. Let's just check it out. This one is from available underscore bad 9872. Typing dot dot, but who? Question mark, question mark. It was supposed to be a thrill for four high school friends, two couples, best friends since childhood. They were inseparable, bound by laughter, trust, and the wild kind of confidence that only teenagers seem to possess. One night they dared each other to explore the long-abandoned high-rise on the city's edge, a skyscraper left incomplete, now a concrete skeleton. They arrived at 11:47 p.m. By midnight, they had made it to the 40th floor. Holy shit! You made it to the 40th floor in 3 minutes? Oh, sorry, 13 minutes. It's not 11:57, it's 47. Okay. 13 minutes, I guess I'll give it to you. You could definitely do that. A massive open hall with shattered windows overlooking the twilight skyline. It was breathtaking in the most eerie way. It's my favorite word again. I'm so excited. I got so excited I almost died. Agartha is the Mesopotamian idea of the hollow earth. I see. It's a hot lava core like a volcano. Yeah, exactly. There's got to be so much metal, hot lava, and just in general, like a ton of mass at the center of the earth. Because if we're thinking about the way that gravity works, that's like I mean, of course, humans don't know everything. We don't know everything, but we do know quite a lot, and we can make educated guesses based on the knowledge that we do have for things like that. Okay. Anywho, any what? Let's continue. And that's when Leah pulled out the Ouija board. Oh no, not a Ouija board, from her backpack. It's just a joke, she grinned. Her boyfriend, Dev, smirked and agreed. Let's see who's got guts. But Mira froze. Her instincts screamed. This is stupid. We shouldn't. Her boyfriend, Zane, saw the fear in her eyes and stood by her. Good boyfriend. Good boyfriend. We're heading out, he said, pulling Mira gently by the hand. You two have fun talking to demons. Dev laughed and waved them off. Leah lit a candle. The planchette began to move. Part 2. The last message. Mira couldn't sleep. Even after Zane dropped her home and kissed her goodnight, her chest felt tight, like something unfinished was clawing at her from inside. She scrolled through her phone at 2:14 a.m. Snaps from Leah and Dev. Short clips, grainy and jittery. Dev laughing in the dark, Leah whispering, "It's moving on its own." The last one, a blurry shot of Leah's face as she whispered, "Did you hear that? Behind you!" Then, nothing. Mira eventually drifted off, anxiety heavy in her bones. By sunrise, there were cops at her door. Her mother called her downstairs, pale and shaking. "We need to ask you about your friends," the officer said. "Dev and Leah. They never came home, and their parents filed a missing persons reports." Mira's blood turned to ice. "That's impossible. They were with us until after midnight. They were texting me." She unlocked her phone. "I have proof. They sent me snaps." Wait, why I'm confused. Why is Mira confused about all of this? They didn't come home is all the officer said. That doesn't negate them spending time with you before midnight. What do you mean? Uh anyway. But when she opened the app, "Leah is typing ... appeared at the bottom of the screen. The phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor with a hollow crack, because below that message, a new snap had arrived. Sent after sunrise from Leah. I don't know, guys. I don't know about this one. This one doesn't track. There's something that's messed up here. They need to go to the 46th room. Yeah, for sure. Okay. The basement tenant. The Johnsons? I mean, we can choose any of these. I got a copy of Crash Team Racing from a strange guy in a Crash costume. My comment got 417 upvotes. The guy who replied is missing now. I found the love of my life, and I thought she was my soulmate. Ooh. Ooh, this one's kind of long, though. Do we want a longer one? Yeah, that one was kind of lame. I don't think that one was finished. People in the comments were asking for updates, so I think that one's just not finished. What do we think, guys? Do we want I found the love of my life and I thought she was my soulmate? There are a couple, ooh, somebody says that they love it. We could try this one. All right. We like it long. Oh, don't say that, Vivid. Holy shit. Okay, let's give this one a shot. This one is from Nathaniel Phoenix. Horror 3. Okay, so they have a few. This national park has a dark secret. You don't want to go there. Like gasp. They have a new story. Okay, if we like this one, we'll read that. Okay? So, Nathaniel Phoenix, thank you, thank you. If you don't like us reading this on this video once it's posted, hit me up. I'm the Hinterlass on Reddit, and you can just notify me, let me know that you want it taken down, and I will cut it from the video. But for now, for my wonderful viewers, let's read. I found the love of my life, and I thought she was my soulmate. I met my wife. I met my wife a long time and thought our life was perfect. Our life was perfect until I discovered something horrible. So, I was 18 years old at the time of my life, and I wanted to marry someone really badly. Do people really want to marry someone at 18 really badly? Was I the only person who was like, I'm not dating until I'm 18? And then I was like, I'm not getting married until I'm older. Like, is that weird? I do want the national park one too, yeah. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if I got married when I was 18, I probably would be divorced already. No, 1,000% I would, because I know exactly who I would have married. Yeah, I'm really glad that I'm not married. Okay, let's continue. Not that I'm against being married. I would get married now. Now that I'm older, I'm that's fine. But just wanting to get married so badly at 18 seems crazy to me. Okay. No judge though. No judge. You guys, if you're happy and you can do it, then go for it. Everybody's life is different. Everybody has a different projected goal and outcome and hope and dream. So, yeah. Okay, let's do this. So I was 18 years old at this time of my life, and I wanted to marry someone really badly. I went to bars a lot to search for. Also, going to bars. Can I just. Hot take. Don't go to bars if you want to look for your soulmate. It's very unlikely that you're going to find them there unless you're into a spouse who consistently goes to bars. You know what I mean? I don't know. Hot take, hot take. Yeah, if they're happy and they know it, clap their hands. Okay. I wanted a loving, caring, and motherly woman who would care for our kids. And sadly, man, it's just hard to find them at bars. I wonder why. I don't know. That's so weird. I wanted to have at least 2 children. So one night, I went up to this bar. I believe it was called Craig's Bar and Restaurant. It was a nice, small, and cozy place where you could drink in peace and have good conversations with people without the music being too loud. There were people dancing on the dance floor. Then I spotted this beautiful woman. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. She had long hair that was a deep red color, amazing facial features, and an astonishing body. Whew! I felt butterflies. I got nervous as I realized that I had to talk to her. I shook off the nerves and approached her. Hey, what's up? I started casually. Oh my god. The best pickup line, one could say. Her answer took a while, but then she said, nothing much, just vibin'. I could feel that she found me attractive. Wanna go grab a drink with me? I asked. It took a lot of courage to get those words out, but I was glad I did. She said, sure. We walked to the bar counter and I ordered a beer and she ordered a cider. After that, we got ourselves a table and sat down. We talked about life and about everything, really. I fell in love. I could feel we had a good chemistry, and I asked her for her number, but she insisted that I'd spend the night at her place, so I did. Nothing sexual happened, but we slept in the same bed and the conversation that started at the bar didn't end until we fell asleep. Aw, they talked all night. That means you found someone good. If you can talk all night with someone just randomly, then you know that you got it good, you know? Unless you're someone like me who just I feel like I can talk to anybody and have a great conversation. So I don't know, maybe not, maybe that's not for everybody, but I do think that having a long conversation where both parties are really actually having a good time and learning something new and, enjoying each other's company, don't lose that, even if it's just a friendship. And many of my friends and I have that, and it's like the best thing in the world, you know? You could be talking about, I don't know, snake poop or bubbles or how turtles walk, and it's still just worth it, worth it. So good for this guy. Okay. Her name was Roseanne, and she had really beautiful green eyes that I couldn't see at the bar. They almost looked like they belonged to a snake. Uh-oh, we just talked about snake poop. Crazy. Crazy how these things happen. Okay. The next morning, I woke up feeling like shit. "Hey, you're up!" she yelled all excitedly. I flinched as I thought that I was home alone. "Hey, you scared me." I told her I barely got a word out of my mouth. What's happening here? "Hey, you scared me," I told her, and barely got a word out as my mouth was so dry. "Did you sleep well?" I asked. "Yep," she told me and went to the kitchen. She came back in 15 minutes later and brought me breakfast in bed. "Oh, nice! Thank you so much," I said to her while giggling like a little kid. "I love cooking, and I thought you deserved a homemade breakfast," she answered and blushed. So we spent the whole day in bed, and I spent another night there. The next day I went home and talked to her on the phone. Actually, after those 2 nights spent there, I called her every day. This is typical romance, typical romance. A snake poop enthusiast confirmed. Snake poop is weird. Snakes poop like humans. They're like big. Okay, sorry. Totally off topic, but it is a random conversation I had for sure, for sure. Yes, food in bed. I mean, honestly, who wouldn't fall in love? And also, being able to like call and talk to your person all the time. If you don't want to talk to your person 24/7, which by the way is not realistic for anybody, you shouldn't have to. But if you don't want to, if you don't miss them, then you're probably with the wrong person. Anyway, let's continue. Hot takes from Hinterlass, for sure, for sure. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. We usually talked for a couple of hours and got to know each other so well. We also went on dates every other weekend. She was perfect for me. I wanted her to be my wife and soulmate for the rest of my life. I was also perfect for her, or so I thought. I felt so sudden. It felt so sudden. How could I fall in love so quickly? A year goes by, and it was awesome. I proposed and we got married. The wedding was small and modest, and we invited only a handful of people, and it went really well. Interlast love therapy. For sure, for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's totally safe. Officer, she's over here. Wait, what did I do? Is this too hot of takes? The takes are too hot? Hinterlast hot takes. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Where was I? Okay. Too much conversating, maybe. Maybe I should stick to the roles that I should be reading about. See, here's the thing though, I feel like we're here to enjoy, and so just reading straight through the story kind of feels bland to me. Hot, hot, yeah, definitely. I don't know if these are hot takes. The 18-year-old needing to get married, that is probably a hot take on my part, but I don't know. I feel like I only know a few people who ever really felt that way, or at least said it. Like, I always wanted to get married, but I didn't want to get married at 18. At 18 I was like, I want to do things. I want to have it, adventures. And I was like, I definitely don't want to be married at 18. Like, that was an active thought that I had, where I was like, I'm not going to do that, because I had, the option. I was like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. The wedding was small and modest. We invited only a handful of people, and it went really well. It was simple but effective. At one point, my wife disappeared and came back hours later. It was weird and a bit rude to the guests. Fuck no, it's not rude to her guests. They're there for her. If she wants to be gone for hours, you entertain. And if she's gone, you make up an excuse. She's your wife now. Be like, oh, sorry, she's throwing up in a bathroom that's locked. You can't go. Sorry. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's your day. If anything, it's rude to you because as the wife and husband, the day is about both of you, not just her. So it should be that you stay together. Like, if I get married to someone, you're gonna be locked to my hip that whole day, and we are just having fun. We're not. I don't care about the fucking details. Somebody else plan it. Honestly, I don't. Okay, too many hot takes. Too many hot takes. Hot take. The wedding doesn't fucking matter. The marriage does. Sorry. Hot take. Hot take. Hot take. Okay. This is for tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be we read the drama. Just so you know. Tomorrow we're gonna pop on in the morning and we're gonna do drama alert and we're just gonna drink our morning coffee and wake up together and read some dramatic Reddit stories. Okay. Let's continue. Fuck. This story is it's unraveling very quickly. At one point, my wife disappeared and came back hours later. Her dad came to me at one point and said, "Where is Roseanne? She always disappears at the worst moments." Whatever that meant. Well, bro, you are marrying someone after 1 year of knowing them, and you probably should know what things like this mean before you marry her. But that's my take. She seemed completely normal after she was back. At one point, though, I was sure I saw her pick up a frog and put it in her pocket. That's not weird. Is that weird? That sounds exactly like something I would do. And I would probably be like, okay, I'm not putting it in my pocket, but here's like a little. If I had a cup or something, I'd put a little water in there, put a little grass in there for him. I'd try and catch him some ants or bugs so he could just like chill, and I could observe. 1000%. That's not weird. That's not weird. That seems normal. Okay, maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. That just seems normal. I'm going to make something viewable to all of you after this. Maybe I should just watch it. There's a video of me with a salamander when I was backpacking when I was like 14, 13 maybe. And I have him and what did I call him? It was like Sylvester or something. And I was like so proud of this little salamander. And I have like a video of me, my dad's videotaping it. And I have him in my hand and it's on YouTube because I uploaded it here so I'd never lose it. But it's not available, it's not visible. So maybe I should, if people want it, I'll show it. But okay, sorry. She seemed completely normal after she was back. At one point, though, I was sure I saw her pick up a frog and put it in her pocket. What is she gonna do with that? I thought, but I left it at that. I figured she was just drunk and wanted to prank me as I was pretty drunk too. I can't even remember anything after that. The wedding was perfect. A month later, we were out eating at a restaurant. "How do you feel about having kids?" I asked. I'd been thinking of having kids for 6 months, and she would make the perfect mother. Have you talked to her about this before you got married? What the fuck? I don't like kids. They're loud and they smell, she answered. Have you thought about us having kids? I would love to have at least one, I told her excitedly. No, my darling. I don't think that's such a good idea, she told me. I was dumbfounded. What do you mean? I asked. She told me that she can't be around kids for some reason, but I deserved them, and someday she'd be ready. The woman I married didn't want kids with me. Why? Bruh, listen, I don't feel like it's a hot take anymore, okay? You should know your fucking partner. Like, before you get married, you need to have adult conversation. In fact, you need to be able to have adult conversations. If you can't even bring up this kind of subject, hell, if you haven't seen the other's butthole. Okay. Seriously, one of my best friends literally told me that she had to see her fiance's butthole before they got married, because if she didn't feel like she knew him enough. And I was like, that's very TMI. But then apparently it never happened. So I don't know. Coldest take. You should be able to have adult takes, yeah, talks with your fiance before you ever get married, for sure, for sure. Anyway, sorry about dropping the butthole. Oh, yeah, that was Alicia, by the way. So if she comes on stream, yeah, you guys can like talk to her about that. I just spilled the butthole tea on stream. I'm just gonna let her know. Yeah. I attended her wedding a few years ago, by the way, so she is married and had not seen his butthole. Anyway, nobody's perfect, I guess. Okay. I'm not even drinking alcohol. I'm just having a great time. So thanks to everyone who's here, who's hanging out, who's chatting. I'm sorry for the butt dropping. I don't know what's happening, but yeah. Okay. Anyway, this guy married a random this guy married a random woman from a bar. And she might be a snake lady because her eyes look like snake eyes. And he got married to her. She picked up a toad and put it in her pocket. He thought that was weird, which isn't weird, but that's fine. And then now here we are. He wants kids. She doesn't want kids. They never talked about it because apparently you don't talk to your partner about these kinds of things before you get married. It's only on YouTube. Ah, shit ass. Okay. Uh, where are we? I gave you that little catch up synopsis. We left the conversation at that. I kept thinking about it for a couple of weeks, but figured out she would tell me when she was ready for kids. After that night, she woke me up by bringing me breakfast. Good morning, my handsome prince, she said, and gave me a plate full of eggs, bacon, and beans. That was really kind of you, my dear, I told her while smiling very widely. She always made me breakfast on the weekends. It was the best. The next week, my wife disappeared again. Dropping ass. I'm not dropping ass. I'm just talking about how you should be able to like see each other's butt. I'm sorry. Hot take. You should be able to see each other's butthole before you get married. I don't know if that's a hot take, but that seems like a really cold take to me. You should know all about each other. Everything. Adult conversations and buttholes included. Anyway, let's continue. I'm losing it. I am absolutely losing it right now. Clearly this story is not sucking me in enough, or maybe it's sucking me in too much and now I'm like off topic. Uh okay. Where was I? That's really kind of you, my dear. She always made me breakfast on the weekends. It was the best. The next week, my wife disappeared again. Okay, how long is she disappearing for? He keeps saying she's disappearing for a couple hours. The good, the bad, and the dirty. Exactly. Um, thanks for bearing with me, chat. I'm sorry that I'm so fucking weird. All right. So yeah, how long is she actually disappearing? Because they keep saying she's disappearing, but like, is she disappearing for weeks or is she disappearing for an hour? That's something I would do. I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm just in my hidey hole reading this new book about fucking, I don't know, picking up frogs. Apparently, I don't know. Um, It was Saturday, and we watched a movie on our couch. Suddenly, she leaves in a hurry, and the weirdest thing is, she didn't even say anything. She just left. She came back 3 hours later. It was almost midnight, and that was weird. I was just watching the movie alone when all of a sudden I heard, "Babe, wanna go upstairs?" I jumped so high that I hit my head on the lamp. "Whoa, where did you go?" I asked while visibly annoyed. "Don't worry about it, my darling," she told me calmly. "And this is why you don't marry somebody you don't know. This is why you don't marry somebody you don't know, because you haven't seen their butthole, and because she's disappearing whenever the hell she wants, and she tells you, 'Don't worry about it, my darling,' but now you're very worried." Um, I did not go upstairs with her that night, as I was pretty mad at her for leaving during the date, and we had planned the date night previously. I slept on the couch that night and I reconsidered our relationship the whole time. I kept debating with myself about whether I should stay or leave, as this was deeply unsettling. It was a huge red flag. I had thought about her cheating on me, but I married her, so I trusted her. The fuck? I mean, yes, you should trust the person you marry without any reserve, but you didn't even know her. Some countries, families set up spouse blindly. That's true. That's true. That is very true. You are true. But that's not this. I'm talking about like when it's not an arranged marriage, you are actively choosing your spouse. You go to a bar and then a year later you're married, which is fine. But again, you can have really they said they talk to every single day about everything, and he doesn't even know where she goes when she disappears, and he is surprised she'd pick up a frog. If somebody dated me for a day, they would know that I'll pick up rocks and I'll take them home with me. Or, if I see an animal, I'll take pictures of it and I will stop every 5 seconds on a trail to look at the plant because I might be able to identify it. Like, you would know these things, you know? I feel like if they talked every single day for a whole year, like he's explaining, then how do you not know what she's doing? You know? Not that you should micromanage your partner by any means, but if she's getting up from a date and just leaving, that's that's weird. That's a little strange. Okay. It was a huge red flag. I had thought about her cheating on me, but I married her, so I trusted her, and it was just a passing thought. The next week, a similar thing happened. We were supposed to go eat dinner at a restaurant. I had reserved a table at a very high end restaurant, and I was excited because I saved a lot of money for this specific date night. As we were leaving, she says, "I need to use the bathroom. Go start the car." I do just that, and around 15 minutes go by. I began to wonder, where is she? How is she taking so long? I would wonder if she's okay. His first thought should be, is she alive? I waited another 15 minutes. I just don't resonate with this guy at all. I don't know. I think that's the biggest issue here is I feel like he and I are on some completely different world currently, where like for me, I would immediately be like, is my spouse okay? They've been in the bathroom for 15 minutes, 30 minutes. After after 18 minutes, I'm in there. I'm like, are you okay? Do you need me to hold your hand? Like, what's wrong? I will. Do you need more toilet paper? What if she needs toilet paper and she forgot her phone? Fuck! Like, go check on her. Nothing. She didn't come back, so I decided to go check out what was going on and why it's taking so long. I went inside and walked upstairs to our bedroom. I thought she'd be there putting on more makeup or doing some finishing touches, maybe even doing her hair over. I walked in, but she wasn't there. Only thing I did see were her clothes on the floor. The same clothes she was supposed to be putting on for our date. Why are these on the floor? I thought. It was bizarre that she would do this on our date night, and it was not the first time either. I started to look around the house, but she was nowhere to be seen. I walked into the kitchen and I heard this weird hissing coming from under me. The basement. But why would she be there? If you hear hissing, the first thing I would think is not. Maybe she's having poop troubles. Yeah, exactly. The first thing I would think would not be, oh, my wife is hissing in the basement. The first thing I would think is, oh shit, there could be a snake in the basement. But I wouldn't be thinking, my spouse is in the basement hissing. Like, this guy has, I don't know who raised this person, but somebody's got to redo. Okay, roll it back, start it again. Okay. I walked to the stairs to the basement and it was dark. It also smelled funky. It was warm and humid there. That was not the case earlier. Fuck me, I can't read right now. I walked to the stairs. I walked the stairs to the basement and it was dark. I also smelled really funky. Yeah, me, I smelled funky. It was very warm and humid. and that wasn't the case earlier. Then I heard some movement behind. So here's the problem. It's going from her like past tense to current tense to past tense again. It's very confusing for someone like me. It was very warm and humid there, and it was not the case earlier. I heard some movement behind me and looked over. It's always the behind you in the subreddit, isn't it? It's always behind you. Makes me so nervous. I Hello. Okay, let's keep going. It's dark, but I have a flashlight, so I turned it on. Hiss. It hissed at me. The half snake, half woman hissed at me. What the fuck? I yelled at the monster who turned out to be my wife. Oh, this is way too quick. The puzzle just clicked, and that's where she always disappeared to. Don't look at me, she said with this raspy, snake like voice. How could you hide this from me? Yeah, of all the questions to be asking right now, just standing there. How could you do this? You're a snake woman. How could you lie? Ahem. How could you hide this from me? I asked while getting angry at her for hiding this. Clearly. I thought you would leave me if you knew, she said. Is there a way out of this? Is this a curse? I wanted to figure it out and figure out how this was even possible. It's a curse that can't be lifted, she answered. I can't be saved. Please kill me and stop this madness. Roseanne. Roseanne is a terrible name for a snake woman, by the way. Who came up with Roseanne? Roseanne said while starting to weep. I thought about it for a while. She returned to human form and we talked it through. She didn't want to live anymore because every time she turned into a snake, she got this hunger for human souls. What the fuck? Where does this come in? And she told me she prefers to feast on younger people as their souls are more pure than grown. Oh god, purity culture, trigger warning. We are not purity culture fanatics in here, by the way. Purity culture is bad. No juju. I'm not into it. Although I did have that idea of like, oh, I don't ever want to do the thing unless I'm married. So I grew up in purity culture. Roseanne, you're right, you're right. Hi, Princess Boo. Welcome, welcome. we are we are in the midst of a traumatic story, let me tell you. Uh I thought about it for a while. She returned to human form and we talked it through. She didn't want to live anymore because every time she turned into a snake, she got a hunger for human souls. And she told me she prefers to feast on younger people as their souls are more pure than grown humans. I had to think about this. I had to think about it. I'm not sure if this is a deal breaker for me or not. I hunger for, what is it? I have a hunger that only baby hands can satisfy. Yeah, that's literally what's happening right now. Holy shit, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh god, okay. He's literally just like, I don't know, that could be a deal breaker. Every night I had these nightmares of her. You're staying with her? Every night? Multiple nights? You're still with her? She's a snake. Every night I had these nightmares of her stealing children and feasting on their souls. It was terrifying to think about. I kept going back and forth between killing her and helping her. You're thinking, why would he help her? I know it sounds bad, but I got that idea because she was perfect. The perfect snake woman who steals babies from the crib. We had a nice relationship, and I never had to worry about anything after coming home from work. This so be prepared. This is what you have to look forward to tomorrow. This specific story has been a fucking roller coaster, and and it literally reads like a romance novella that's like really poorly written. This guy has no clue what makes a good relationship, and he's just absolutely doing the wrong thing, just like in every horror movie, doing the wrong thing. She's a cougar. This lady is kind of Medusa, I guess. Listen, we don't know a whole lot. Okay, let's see what happens. We had a nice relationship, and I never had to worry about anything after coming home from work. She kept the house clean and made me dinner. I couldn't make my decision then and there. I needed to think it through. One day we talked about the situation on our hands, and she told me how and why she was cursed. She told me that when she was younger, her parents were homeless and wanted to get stability in their lives. They found this mysterious ad on a lamp post, and it was about some shaman helping people get what they want. So her parents went to visit the shaman, and they got an offer. They would get everything they ever wanted, but it would cost them their first 10,000 euros. It was clear the money had to be their very first 10,000 ever. They accepted, but didn't know what would happen if they didn't repay him. She told me that because they were homeless, after they got the money, they totally forgot the deal they'd made. What the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, you make a deal essentially with the devil, right? Right? And then you're just like, no big deal. This person who clearly has power and actually made us famous, we're not gonna worry about it. I'm sure he doesn't have enough power to actually do anything about it. What are you talking about? What the fuck? No one in the story has common sense. Literally nobody. Absolutely zero people. It was not natural, and so. Okay, wait, where? The shaman never told them what would happen if they did not pay him. Soon they found out, as her mother gave birth to my wife, she was healthy, and all was well, but the time she turned 5, she would turn into this half snake, half human form. Her parents did not know what to do. It was not natural. The understatement of a fucking century. It was not natural. And so they remembered, oh, big brain, the shaman who had helped them out of poverty. As they visited the shaman, he told them it was too late to do anything, and it was all their fault for not following their deal. My wife got cursed by the shaman because their parents forgot to pay him. Hearing this made me want to help her even more. She did not cause this and deserved a good life. A good life that was ruined by her parents' actions. One day, exactly 5 days after what had happened, I was walking on the street and I saw this poster of a shaman. Oh my god, what fortuitous events! Offering spiritual readings. I got an idea and went to visit that shaman as soon as I could. I located his cottage, which was a little hard to find, but I managed. I knocked on the door, and he opened, and he looked old, really old. He looked like he was over 90. I then asked him about the situation, and he told me that he was the shaman who helped those homeless people. He also told me the same story my wife did, and that gave me a little bit of hope. He spoke very calmly, and was not one bit angry. He told me that there could be a cure, but he had to check some old book, of course, so I waited. 30 minutes go by, and he comes back. I can feel that the thing he found is not good. There's no cure or any way to reverse this, he told me. He also said it was a strong curse because they had made a deal. Once the parents and the shaman both agreed, her fate was set. That felt wrong. I had so much hope in me. That was all for nothing? I still decided to stay with her and not let her die. It was not an option. Before leaving the shaman's hut, he said something weird. A person's love is the only thing capable of removing something this horrifying. He just said that there's no way to break the curse. He just said, what did he say? He just said there's no way to break the curse. Thanks for hopping on, Princess. It was great to see you. Love you too, sis. That's my little sister. Okay, let's continue. Where am I? I didn't answer, and I just left. I walked back home feeling pretty low. I could not get the sadness to go away. It was a 15-minute walk, and I kept thinking about what would happen and how we could cure her. I wonder. I got to the front door and opened it. The house was really quiet, no sound at all. Roseanne, I shouted, but no answer. I walked up to our bedroom, and there she was, laying on the bed, and there was blood all over her. What? I started to cry as I realized she had done what I couldn't. There was a note beside her, and it read that and I read it. In the note, she told me how much she loved me and how great I was. She also how great I was. She also apologized for doing this, but she could not endanger anyone anymore. She also told me that we would get married in the next life. I read it, and with each word I cried louder. I just kept having these flashbacks of all the good things we did together. All the late night walks, dancing at our wedding, dreaming about moving to another country, and all the late night laughs that we had before falling asleep. I lost everything that night. I lost her, the brightest light in the world's darkness. I can still have her clothes in my closet, and I can't let go. Fuck! I was not expecting her to, do the sewer slide. What in the actual fuck? What the hell? Oh man, what a story. Thoughts? Remember, that one was from Nathaniel Phoenix. Also, Nathaniel, that is so depressing. And I'm so sorry that I brought up seeing your partner's butthole during your story, but it had to happen. The melodrama. Yeah, that was very dramatic indeed. I liked it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't my favorite one, but it is what it is. There's I'm a pilot, a passenger once screamed, we were being followed by a cloud, we almost ignored him. What we saw next still haunts my flights. That's terrifying. My son is scared of white people even though we are white. Totally valid. Holy shit. This is such a valid choice. The 2D metaphor. Oh. Okay. Should we read this one? I don't know if the quality not changing is good or bad, but being afraid of white people is something I have myself. I'm just afraid of all people, really. Let's see. What did happened? Ooh, a story on stream, please let me know. I love this one the most. What is this? My wife keeps playing peekaboo with me. Oh, that is a good story. Let me see. Allie, are you still here? We could definitely take suggestions. I don't know how long this one is. My wife keeps playing peekaboo with me. What did you come back to? The end of a story. My wife keeps playing peekaboo with me. Creepy pasta. Alright, let's see. I think this is the one. 3 years ago? How long is it? Oh my god. Oh, it's long. Ones like this, I think, will probably save for a longer day, like another day, because it's already 6:44. But I'm down to do a couple more short ones. Okay. So we have my son is scared of white people. Heal. Welcome back. We finished that one story and it was interesting. All right. This is from Short Story 1. Thank you, Short Story 1, for your story. We're going to read it. My son is scared of white people, even though we are white ourselves. I don't know what to do, but he keeps screaming when he goes outside and sees a white person. The thing is, we're white ourselves. He doesn't scream at us or at himself. We have all resigned to just stay at home and not go out. I've tried to reason with my son by making him realize that he himself is white. He wasn't like this, but he became like this a year ago. I found him screaming outside at white people. I tried shouting back at him that he is white himself. Then my second son has dreams of becoming two-dimensional beings. He doesn't want to be three-dimensional anymore. He yearns to be two-dimensional, I guess. He has stopped eating to achieve his two-dimensional state. Oh my god, what is happening? He has even started to get squeezed by people to help him lose more weight. He's like a ketchup bottle. I can't. You want the long one? Ryan, are you saying that you want the long one? I can do it, but that would probably be the last one we do today, which is fine. But I'm just asking. If everyone wants that one, I can totally do it. I have to let Allie know for sure. Okay, she's still here. She's still here. So if I do read that one, it's gonna be a longer one, and I just need people to let me know in the chat if that's what you want. I already know I have Allie's upvote. Okay. So this kid became a ketchup bottle, and the other kid is afraid of white people. Got it. He goes to a special place where he'll be squeezed for an hour, and as he's being squeezed in many different positions, his body is burning more weight. My second son is so skinny, and his dreams of becoming a two-dimensional being are becoming true. Then my first son, he's just becoming more erratic as time goes by. He's becoming more erratic towards white people. I've shouted at him that we are white, and I've told him how he doesn't scream at us, his own family, for being white. I'm sick of not being able to go out anymore because of how he's going to react when he sees white people. I regret my son's existence. Oh my god! What the fuck? You're good, Ryan. You're good. Now only two. Lots and lots going on, yeah. Um. God, saying you regret your son's existence. Then there's my second son, who is seriously determined to be a second dimensional being. He shows me every day how he is close to being two dimensional. I've tried to force feed my son, but he then cusses me out for ruining his plans of becoming second dimensional being. I can't afford real help for both my sons, and I'm stuck with this. My second son, who hopes to second dimensional one day, is going to extreme lengths to achieve it. Then, when my first screamed at seeing white people outside, I begged my son to stop this nonsense, and I showed him again that we are white. Then my eldest son said to me, "The reason I don't scream at you, mother, and little brother is because we are green." We're psychedelic. The fuck you talking about, bro? That's, yeah, what the Darb said, honestly. Bad parental advice. Trippy second D, 2D metaphor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been on the sub for a couple of years. The first thing I read, and I'm glad to see the quality hasn't changed. I don't know, man. That one messed, I don't know. That one messed me up a bit. My nephew was playing high school baseball. Radio was covering his game. That's really cool. Yeah, you went to a game the other day. Was that you or was that a different chatter? I think that was you. Was that not Ryan? The Silent Corridors. A compiled report of anomalous activity, spring 2025, part 2. Is this the first part? The Lee Enigma. Oh, this looks so interesting. Oh, you umpire. Ooh, that's cool. Well, very nice, very nice. Okay, everybody. This is going to be our last story tonight. I think I'm going to end it on this one, but we're going to read the first and second part, I think. So let's get through part 1. Case report 1. I think, oh no, this is part 2. How do I get to part 1? Gigahertz Z64. Hosts. Oh, there's a part 3! This is part 1. So there's 3 parts. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think it was probably you. There are 3 parts to this. Okay, okay. I think we can do it. Let's see if we can get through this without any relationship advice. The Silent Corridors, a compiled report of anomalous discoveries, late 2024, by Gigaherz Z 64. In recent months, reports from homeowners across the nation have emerged recounting a bizarre phenomenon involving their smart robot vacuums. These devices, designed to map and clean familiar environments, have begun to reveal extra corridors on their 2D mapping displays. Corridors that do not exist in any known architectural blueprint. The anomaly appears only during routine cleaning cycles when no one is at home, vanishing when the house is occupied. In some models equipped with cameras, attempts to visually confirm these pathways yields only an impenetrable darkness. The following cases document multiple occurrences of this unsettling phenomenon, raising questions about the very fabric of our domestic spaces. Lots of water, Dr. Hinterlas. Yes. Certified, board certified in the Hinter health system. That's not a real thing, just in case you weren't sure. I do have a degree, but it is not in the medical system. Okay. Should we read these, or should I save these for their own? Like, I could read all three on a completely different stream. What do we think? Should I read it? Should I read it? I think I will. I think I'll read it. All right. Let's get into it. So, this story is by GigaHerZ64, The Silent Corridors, a compiled report of anomalous discoveries, late 2024. Again, if you don't want me reading this, please message me on Reddit. I am at the Hinterlass. Let me just show it really quickly. The Hinterlass over here. I don't know if you can see my thing. So just send me a quick message on Reddit and I will delete this from my stream. But for people who are currently watching, let's get into it. In recent months, reports from homeowners across the nation have emerged, recounting a bizarre phenomenon involving their smart robot vacuums. These devices, designed to map and clean familiar environments, have begun to reveal extra corridors on their 2D mapping displays. Corridors that do not exist in any known architectural blueprint. The anomaly appears only during routine cleaning cycles when no one is at home, vanishing when the house is occupied. In some models equipped with cameras, attempts to visually confirm these pathways yield only an impenetrable darkness. The following cases document multiple occurrences of this unsettling phenomenon, raising the question about the very fabric of our domestic spaces. This story was posted 19 days ago, but clearly, it's something that they've been working on quite a bit because we have all three parts. So I'm going to start with the first part and we'll see how it goes. Case 1. The Henderson Anomaly. In a quiet suburban home in Oakwood, California, the Henderson family prided themselves on their technologically advanced lifestyle. Their new robot vacuum, acclaimed for its enhanced mapping capabilities, had consistently generated a precise 2D blueprint of the house, until one morning when an unfamiliar dark line appeared on the map. Mr. Henderson, reviewing the night's cleaning summary on his smartphone, was startled to see an unexplained extension protruding from the living room's floor plan. The corridor, drawn as a narrow, shadowed passage, led off toward a wall that, according to the house's blueprints, should have been solid. What was most disturbing was its consistency. Every time the cleaning routine ran while the house was empty, the mysterious corridor manifested in the same precise location, as if etched into the very essence of the home. Determined to investigate, Mr. Henderson inspected the area in question, moving furniture and scrutinizing the walls. Yet no physical doorway or passage was found, only the immutable structure he had known for years. Cautiously, when a family member was present during cleaning, the mapping software corrected. Oh, curiously, when a family member was present during cleaning, the mapping software corrected the error, redrawing the wall as expected and erasing the phantom corridor entirely. The chilling implication was clear. This sudden pathway was visible only in the absence of human presence. Case Report 2: The Manhattan Misdirection. Ooh, I'm sucked in, boys. I already love this one. Okay, let's read. In a cramped Brooklyn loft. Yeah. In a cramped Brooklyn loft, Miss Alvarez, a freelance graphic designer with a penchant for innovative gadgets, encountered a similar phenomenon. Her robot vacuum had long been a silent helper amidst the clutter of her creative workspace. One evening, while reviewing the digital floor plan on her phone, Miss Alvarez noticed something profoundly unsettling: a thin, unaccounted for corridor emerging from behind a row of built in bookshelves. This anomalous extension on the 2D map was drawn with stark clarity, its lines precise yet ominously out of place. The corridor extended deep into the unknown, vanishing into a blank area of the map that should have been occupied by a solid wall. Like the Henderson case, this occurrence was exclusive to the vacuum's autonomous runs during times of solitude. On nights when the apartment was occupied, the map conformed to the expected layout, and the extra pathway was simply absent. Haunted by the recurring sight, Miss Alvarez began logging the phenomenon. Each entry was marked by the same unsettling detail: the corridor appeared unwaveringly in the same position every time. Even models with built-in cameras intended to offer supplementary visual data provided nothing more than a pitch-black void when directed at the supposed passage. The mystery deepened, leaving her to wonder whether the map was a digital echo of a forgotten, perhaps forbidden, part of her home. Hydrate, don't dehydrate, everybody. Okay. Case Report 3: The Rural Enigma. Let's do it again. Case Report 3: The Rural Enigma. Halfway across the Atlantic, in a centuries-old farmhouse in rural England, Mr. Campbell, a reserved elderly gentleman with a love for both modern convenience and ancestral lore, experienced an event that blurred the lines between the past and the present. After accepting a robot vacuum as a gift from his daughter, he noted that its 2D map of the sprawling, time-worn estate was consistently accurate. However, one stormy night, when the house lay empty and the vacuum commenced its nocturnal cleaning, something unusual occurred. On his smartphone, Mr. Campbell discovered a narrow corridor appearing as an unexpected addition to the map. This corridor seemed to snake its way from behind the antique armoire, hinting at a presence of a long forgotten passage. The drawn pathway was unmistakable. Its presence was a deliberate line, not the random error of a software glitch. And like the other cases, when the farmhouse was occupied and cleaning routines were manually initiated, the map reverted to the known layout, replacing the eerie extension with a standard wall. Oh my god! Third time my favorite word has popped up in today's stream. That is amazing. Hell yeah. Eerie is an amazing word, but I think maybe it gets used a little bit too much in the creepypasta community. And I'm saying that where it's my favorite word. Like, I love the word eerie. But, yeah. Anyways, Mr. Campbell's initial disbelief soon gave way to a creeping dread. The corridor's regular appearance, even in a house as storied as his own, resonated with the local legends of hidden rooms and secret passageways. Tales that had always been relegated to myth. Now, confronted with the digital evidence of an anomaly that mimicked these whispered stories, Mr. Campbell could not escape the unsettling notion that his home held secrets far older and more enigmatic than its visible walls. Hmm. Emerging patterns and theories. The convergence of these cases has spurred a flurry of theories among researchers, tech enthusiasts, and paranormal investigators alike. 1. Digital residue. Some propose the modern smart systems, integrated with layered architectural data, might be tapping into archived blueprints of residual signals from previous structures. The robot's vacuum sensors could be inadvertently mapping a ghostly overlay, a digital residue of what once was. The backrooms hypothesis. Drawing on the internet lore about endless liminal spaces, a faction of theorists suggests that these corridors might not be physical at all. Instead, they could represent a parallel dimension or a hidden layer of reality, accessible only when human presence is absent. The vacuum, with its precise mapping technology, might be the inadvertent explorer of this back room, capturing a glimpse of an alternate spatial reality. 3. Human influence on perception. An unsettling possibility is that the presence of humans somehow anchors the visible reality, causing the mapping software to correct itself when no one is present. The underlying, perhaps more authentic blueprint of the space is revealed, a blueprint that exists in stark contrast to our everyday perception. Option 4. Sensor anomalies. Skeptics argue that these discrepancies could be the result of sensor malfunctions or software anomalies, an artifact of overzealous algorithmic interpretation. However, the consistency and precise reoccurrence of the corridors challenge the notion of a simple technical error. The psychological impact. Beyond the technical puzzles, these discoveries have a profound psychological toll on those affected. Homeowners report a growing sense of vulnerability and unease, a feeling that their private sanctuaries are, in fact, layered with hidden depths and secrets. The knowledge that a simple cleaning routine could reveal an alternate version of one's home, accessible only in absence, unsettles even the most pragmatic minds. Miss Alvarez confided in an online forum, "Every time I see that extra corridor on my map, I feel as if I've caught a glimpse of something I'm not meant to see, a secret that only reveals itself when I'm alone." Mr. Henderson recorded in his journal, "The anomaly is constant, unchanging. It's as if the house itself holds an undisclosed truth, one that vanishes in the light of human presence." Conclusion. While definitive answers remain elusive, the recurring appearance of these mysterious corridors demand further inquiry. Homeowners and researchers are now calling for a coordinated investigation, one that spans multiple disciplines, from computer science and architecture to the esoteric realms of paranormal studies. What lies beyond the visible boundaries of our homes? Is it more glitch in the mapping software? Or is it a digital doorway to a shadowy alternate reality? Until more conclusive evidence is gathered, the silent corridors remain an enigma, a chilling reminder that the spaces we inhabit might be more layered and mysterious than they appear. In the quiet hours of an empty home, as a robot vacuum dutifully maps the unfamiliar, a hidden passage might emerge. A ghostly imprint on a 2D map, whispering secrets of a realm that defies human understanding. No chats? Oh my honeysuckle. This is phantasmagorical. No, I don't actually talk like that, but I had to put something. So that's what I put. This is amazing. Holy shit, bro. Okay, so we have two more parts to this currently available to us. I say we continue. Okay. The Silent Corridors, a compiled report of anomalous activity, Spring 2025, Part 2. Everybody lock in, gear up, take a drink, hold your crosses close to you. I don't know, man. This one is very liminal space, very sci-fi, spooky. I love it. I think it's fantastic so far. Okay, let's read. Thank you, GigaherZ64, by the way. I think that this is fantastic. You are an amazing writer, and the editing on this is chef's kiss. It's such an easy read, it really sucks you in. When stories are, not edited very well, they tend to be, hard to get through, hard to, pull you into them. But this is this is like a cherry on the top. I'm really glad we're ending with this one. Okay. Since phantom corridors first manifested in late 2024, these silent passages have escalated from curious mapping errors to phenomena inciting genuine alarm. In vacant homes across continents, robot vacuums now enter impossible hallways, 3 to 4 meters in length, and see their batteries collapse from a normal several-hour endurance to total depletion in under 20 minutes. When the charge dies, devices dutifully return to the nearest familiar room, powerless and awaiting manual rescue. Crucially, these corridors still only appear when homes are empty. Supervised runs yield flawless corridor-free maps. If I got one of these and this was something that was like happening, this became a normal occurrence and people knew about it, I would 1,000% be like, I'm not running that boy unless I'm home. In fact, turn off the auto run. Turn it off because who knows if I'm going to be gone for a random day, out of my normal schedule. Turn that thing off and it only runs when I am currently in the house. I don't care if it's loud. I don't care if it's obnoxious. No, there ain't, nope. Anywho, what's it? Case Report 1. The Lee Enigma, Seattle, Washington. High above the lapping waters of Elliott Bay, Dr. Marcus Lee initiated his robot vacuum with a casual expectation of a routine clean. Wanting to test an overnight cycle, he left his modern condo, bathed in moonlight through its glass walls and sparse polished concrete floors, and monitored the vacuum's official app remotely from his university lab. To his surprise, he saw the vacuum pause partway through its route, and the app displayed the presence of a 3.2-meter corridor that should not exist, cutting straight through his rug and shelving area. Moments after entering this mapped corridor, the battery bar began to plummet, dropping from 100% to 0 in 19 minutes, despite minimal real-world distance covered. Shaken by the unusual and unexpected drain, Dr. Lee resolved to investigate. He borrowed a thermal camera and an EM field meter from his university lab and learned to export LiDAR point cloud data from the vacuum's Oh my god, this guy's really honing in. He's like, I gotta hone in on this. Like this good juice. Okay, he's got to know what's going on. And honestly, I would be the same. I'd be like, I have to know more. There has to be more available to you. Okay. Um, He borrowed a thermal camera and an EM field meter from his university lab and learned to exploit LiDAR point cloud data from the vacuum's developer settings. Over the next week, while away at the lab, he watched remotely as each session began normally, then paused at exactly 2:03 a.m., the map showing 3.2-meter corridor slicing through his rug and display shelves. More unsettling was the camera feed. Each time the vacuum approached a solid wall at the corridor's supposed entrance, the live image would freeze for 1 second. One moment the vacuum faced an unremarkable concrete panel after the glitch and feed resumed, revealing only an empty floor, no vacuum in sight. It was only by checking the vacuum app that he realized the device had vanished into the phantom passage. Watching the battery percentage drop like that felt like watching time slip away, Dr. Lee admits. He experimented with room conditions, dimming lights, varying temperatures, but nothing deterred the corridor's appearance or the rapid drain. Conventional sensors reported nothing abnormal, leaving him to wonder if he was witnessing a breach in what he considers immutable physical laws. Notably, when Dr. Lee initiates a cleaning cycle, a person in person during the day, the corridor never manifests and the vacuum completes its full run uninterrupted. How do we like this story so far? I'm loving it. This is definitely one of my absolute favorites that we've read today. This one and the Cradle Witch. These two are fantastic. All of them are great. Again, they've all been posted very recently, but these two specifically, oh, they're so good. I love it. I think it's definitely worth it. I'm having a blast. Cool. You like it? Good. I'm glad. Okay. Case Report 2. The Muller Extraction, Munich, Germany. Within the warm wood-paneled halls... Back it up. Case Report 2. The Muller Extraction, Munich, Germany. Within the warm wood-paneled halls of her 19th century townhouse, Mrs. Ingrid Muller could hardly believe the readings on her phone. From her neighbor's kitchen, she monitored the vacuum's companion app, which normally displayed remaining runtime. On the night of her bridge club, she watched the app's estimate tumble from 120 minutes to 0 in 17 minutes, all while the map traced a corridor behind her ornate oak console. Disturbed, Mrs. Muller turned to her porch security camera. It pointed at a hallway doorway. As observers on her phone, she and a concerned friend saw that the feed locked for 1 second at the moment of entry. Wait, what? Disturbed, Miss Muller turned to her porch's security camera, pointed at the hallway doorway. And as observers on her phone, she and a concerned friend saw the feed lock for 1 second at the moment of entry. A single frozen frame captures the vacuum against the closed door. When the image returns, the hallway is empty and the vacuum is gone. Only the companion app location indicator implied that it was now beyond that threshold. Frightened whispers in her bridge group invoked restless spirits of mischievous poltergeists. Oh no. So she's telling everyone in her bridge group, and now they're all like, oh, you've got ghosts. And now she's like, oh no, because now we're talking about ghosts, which literally can invoke ghosts if you believe in that thing. Shit ass. Oh no, it's all bad. Okay. She tried lighting candles and soft hymns played from her phone, but each ritual ended with the same corridor map and rapid battery drain. Moreover, any daytime cleaning sessions she started while at home show no corridor, further affirming that the anomaly only emerges in solitude. In daylight, she found no sign, walls looked solid, and no hidden passage greeted her inspection. Night remains a time of dread, as the hush of her lonely home seems to carry echoes of that unseen hallway. Case Report 3. The Alvarez Revelation, Brooklyn, New York. In her bright Prospect Park loft, lined with canvases and art supplies, Miss Sophia Alvarez led a double life between daylight painting and nocturnal investigation. Isn't Mrs. Sophia Alvarez, isn't she from the first one? Where is it? Yeah, Miss Alvarez. Brooklyn Loft. She was a graphic designer. So I think this is the same gal. I'm pretty sure. Do we think? Okay, let's read about it. Yeah, she's still in Brooklyn, New York. It is the same. Okay. In her bright Prospect Park loft, lined with canvases and art supplies, Miss Sophia Alvarez led a double life between daylight, painting, and nocturnal investigation. After rearranging a wall of custom bookshelves, she expected a fresh breeze of creativity. Instead, at 2:17 a.m. every night, her vacuum charted a 3.5-meter corridor there and drained its 3-hour battery in 18 to 20 minutes. Armed only with basic ambient light, a temperature and humidity sensor. Oh, I see. So she's trying to test it out too. So people are getting smart and they're like, "Oh, we got to actually figure this out." Like this is clearly happening too many. And here's the thing. Is all of this information coming from like I don't know, like the FBI or something? And these people are doing it solo on their own. None of this information has gotten out of the public? I'm curious, right? I want to know, is this information out, or is this information that, people are sending into the cops and the cops are like, "Oh, this is hush hush, we can't let it out." So, I'm curious. I'm so curious. Is this like old archived story? I don't know. Armed with only a basic ambient light logger, a temperature and humidity sensor, and a motion activated Wi Fi camera, all synced to smartphone apps, she left home to observe remotely. Though her Edison bulbs never flickered and temperature readings held steady, the camera feed froze for precisely 1 second as the vacuum met the bookshelf wall. One frame shows it poised in front of solid wood. When video resumed, it had disappeared from view. Only by refreshing her vacuum app did she learn it had moved beyond that point, though nothing physical could confirm its passage. The next morning she measured the gap. A mere 1.8 meter of solid barrier stood where the maps insisted there was a hallway. Online she found dozens of. Oh, here it is. So it is out. People do know about it. Online she found dozens of similar accounts. Artists in Berlin, homeowners in Sao Paulo, each reporting the same digital mirage. Though friends joked about her artistic aberration project, Miss Alvarez feels the uncanny pulse of something vast and unexplained humming beneath her studio's quiet floors. Conversely, any cleaning run she initiates while present in her loft not only avoids the phantom corridor, but completes successfully, underscoring the emptiness requirement. Summary of findings: rapid energy drain. Vacuums lose full charge within 16 to 20 minutes when mapping phantom corridors. Consistent geometry. Corridor blueprints remain identical across multiple runs and locations. Camera freeze glitch. Remote camera feeds freeze for 1 second at the moment of entry, then resume showing empty space. Only the vacuum's app reveals its shifted position. Consumer sensor silence. Thermal and EM field meters, light temperature loggers, and basic motion detectors are all registering baseline readings. Presence override. Corridors manifest exclusively when no humans are present. Supervised runs remain anomaly free. Discussion and theoretical perspectives. The most straightforward explanation involves errors in SLAM. So the first one is firmware and SLAM algorithm fault. SLAM refers to simultaneous localization and mapping algorithms. These systems fuse data from lasers, optical sensors, and odometry to generate maps. In rare cases, reflective floors or repetitive patterns can trick LiDAR into layering false walls. Yet the hallmark of mapping errors is inconsistency. Here, corridors are identical across different vacuum brands and firmware versions. Oh, it's not just one? I thought it had to be like one specific brand, one specific um like vacuum that would be the one doing it, but apparently it's a whole bunch of them. That's crazy. Also, this doesn't make sense anyway because they're actually like physically leaving, right? So it freezes, the footage freezes and then it shows itself in that thing, which of course that could be I guess that could be the device actually like glitching more, but it still doesn't make sense with like why do the other cameras glitch and show it as like up against the wall, but then it shows, I don't know. How would that possibly be working through both of them, you know? Like the standalone cameras and the device. 2. Interdimensional spatial breach hypothesis. Paranormal researchers argue that what vacuums perceive as corridors are fleeting portrayals to adjacent dimensions. LiDAR pulses, traveling at the speed of light, might reflect off unseen surfaces in another realm. The 1 second camera freeze could represent a temporal misalignment as data packets shift frequency bands. Standard sensors detecting heat, EM fields, and sound register silence because they remain bound to our reality. While sensational, this theory aligns with the unwavering mapping precision and total sensor blackout. 3. Environmental resonance model. A fringe group of geophysicists studies how structural materials, reinforced concrete and metal conduits, could harbor acoustic or electromagnetic standing waves. If these waves coincide with LiDAR frequency, they might create optical illusions for the vacuum scanners, while simultaneously inducing drag on its power circuits through eddy currents and microvibrations. Still, no documented resonance exhibits the spatial accuracy or the synchronized camera inertia noted in every case. 4. Observer effect suppression theory. Drawing inspiration from quantum mechanics, this approach posits that the corridors only emerge when not observed by conscientious beings. In essence, human presence collapses the phenomena, preventing it from manifesting. Critics dismiss this as metaphysical overreach, but the pattern is undeniable. Corridors vanish under direct human supervision, yet return once the last door closes. Interesting. I don't know. Do I believe in ghosts? That's a great question. Um, I, yeah, I don't know. And I'm not even being like, oh, I don't know if I want to say yes. No, like I've had really, okay. Do you guys remember when what is it? What is that? There's an app. Uh, there's an app that like went viral a couple years ago. Actually, I think it was like 2020 maybe, so like 5 years ago. And it would like you'd go onto the app and you'd ask a specific question and it would take you to a place and people were having these weird supernatural experiences with this app where they were like, I put in, you know, teach me about whatever, and then it would take them to a library or whatever, right? I had an experience with Alicia, my best friend, where we sat down at a park and we were like, oh, we want to try this app. We want to see if it even works. Like, haha, teehee, it totally doesn't work. And we were both, we're both very like skeptical. Neither of us are like sure if we believe it or we don't believe it, I don't know. But so we sat down on that park bench and we typed in, we want to, what did we say? Like, we want to believe in the afterlife or prove that the afterlife is true or real. And I fucking kid you not. This is the absolute craziest thing I'm not even, like, I still don't believe it. Like, I still do not believe that I had this fucking experience. It's crazy. She and I have talked about it multiple times and been like, how did that happen? Well, we typed it into this app and it plotted a place on a map, right? So we were like, oh, haha, teehee, like, let's go check it out. Let's see where it takes us. It's probably, like, we were like, oh, it's probably going to take us somewhere random. But we saw that it took us to, like, on the map, it took us to, like, a park. We're like, okay, cool, a park, cool, whatever. Well, the park ended up being a fucking cemetery. I'm not even kidding you. And guess what? The plot, I have goosebumps because I'm remembering this, but the plot that it had literally took us to a gravesite that had a name, and Alicia was like, this name is oddly familiar. Like, what the fuck? She calls her mother. She literally got her mother on the phone and she was like, do we have this XYZ name in our family? Like, I feel like this name is something I know of. And her mom goes, "Oh my God, yes, that's your great aunt." So she was like, "We buried her when you were like 1 year old. Like you were just a baby. You wouldn't remember the burial or anything." And I haven't talked about her, but like, yeah. So now you know, and you can like visit her because her family's lived in this town forever, right? I'm not even kidding. I have so many goosebumps. This this is still the craziest fucking experience I've ever had. But literally, like we stood there and we were just staring at each other. Her mom was like, "Alicia, hello, hello, are you there?" And we were like, "I'm gonna fucking cry. I'm actually freaked out. Like I'm still freaked out. I'm still freaked out. I will probably never use this app again." It was like Randonautica. Was that the one or Randonaut or something? Rando Randonaut Randonaut Randonautica, a mobile app that generates random coordinates for users to explore in their local areas. What did it say? Yeah, it launched February 2020. So, long story short, um, I do believe that there are things that we do not understand. And I know that every single ancient culture, every single ancient civilization understood that there are things that you don't understand. This is why I feel like it's so important that we be reverent and that we were like, we try to be thankful for the things that we get from the earth, etc., etc. Let's do a live stream with the app. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I don't even know what. Oh, Alicia, somebody summon Alicia because if she would want to do that with me, we could do that. I People found literal dead bodies with this app. I'm not even kidding. Like that's why we wanted to try it because we were like, no way. Like I don't believe it. But yes, this is my living actual fucking experience. Like this legitimately happened to me. And trust me, I would not I don't even know how I could make this up or pull this out of my app. Pull this out of my app. You can ask her. This happened. We've literally sat down and talked about it and been like, did this happen or was this a dream? They're like, no, this literally, we both have this thing happened. I don't know why I'm like so stressed about it, but yeah, it literally happened. It's crazy. I have a shovel. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I'm kind of 50-50 on it, right? Where it's like, if spirit's real, like, I have this idea, right? Where it's like, if our spirits are still around when we die, like what happens, like how do you not be stuck here forever? But then also like I would much rather, being someone who's not afraid of death, I would much rather nothing happen after death. Like I would rather cease to exist personally. I don't want to be stuck here or like, I mean, I guess it would be kind of cool if it could be like video game-esque where like you get to live multiple lives. There's also the idea that like we are, like I have this idea in and of myself already, right? Where it's like this is just my body. It works for me. Some people think it's pretty, some people think I'm ugly as fuck. Like that's fine. It's just a body. Like I don't feel like I am my body. Does that make sense to you? I feel like I am a conglomeration of my experiences and the thoughts that I have. I'm sure some of it is tied to the DNA that, I got from my parents and their past experiences, all part of that evolutionary cycle, but also I'm something more, like I'm higher than that. I'm not my body, I just am. And so it's like, yeah, like my body could change. It will change. I'll get old, I'll get ugly, I'll get wrinkly. I have, like I've had fucked up teeth growing up and, they're still not perfect. And it's like, I don't really care because I'm not my body. And so with that, it's like the idea that, when we die, that we become a spirit or that we somehow get tied here is really weird to me because I would much rather believe in the idea that I am a conglomeration of experiences that are extremely unique. Obviously, everyone has similar experiences of some types, like we're all born, we all die, we all need to eat, we all need to drink, but I have very unique experiences regardless. And so, I like the idea that I am just a conglomeration of my experiences, and thus, what if my experiences go back, right? The parts of me that are DNA and body, they just go away, but then the experiences I have go, regardless of if my consciousness continues, they go to this bigger thing which is time immemorial, which is my experiences have now always been here. This is something that happened. Regardless of if it's a good experience or a bad experience, it has happened. And thus it is important. It goes back to that conversation I was having with Eel the other day, where it's like, in one sense, nothing you do matters because everyone dies at the end, but in the other sense, everything you do matters because you are doing it. Because it is being done, because it is happening in a way that no one else will ever experience it in your body in this moment in time. And it's like, that it's a very interesting way of thinking of it. This is part of why I'm not afraid of death personally, and I don't think of myself as my body. I just think that I'm just a big part of like a streamlined timeline of the universe, and it's one experience in billions and billions of experiences, and mine is so unique and wholly it. So the idea of being tied to the earth as a ghost seems so out, it seems so abstract from my own viewpoint. But I mean, obviously there are so many viewpoints, so many worldviews out there, so many different ways of looking at the world, and each one is absolutely unique and beautiful and totally valid. Like, we don't know, you know there's no way for us to know currently, even if maybe someday we would. I don't know. But the craziest thing I saw one night was that we went to a cemetery of headless angel grave. Ah, crazy whinny sound. We went running back to the car. Oh god, so scary. Yeah, cemeteries. I love cemeteries. If I could just spend time in a cemetery, I will, and I have, and I do. But yeah, the minute that there's a creepy sound or something like scary happening, I'm out. I'm out. I will run. I'm like I'm like, let me throw these petals, let me burn some ash, let me like stick my gun in ash, um, and make sure that any skinwalkers are around get shot by it. I don't know. But yeah, terrifying. We had a crybaby bridge. Supposedly when you're on it, you shut off the car. Oh, your car started? Well, that's good. Oh, Ryan, I love that you are a horror fanatic like I am. That's amazing. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. But yeah, long story short, I genuinely don't know if I believe in ghosts. Do you believe in ghosts? What does chat think about ghosts? What are your all suspicions and beliefs and thoughts on this topic? But those are really cool. Did you go with your friends, Ryan? Or was this like a solo excursion? You're saying our, so I'm assuming friends. Yeah, whenever I go to a cemetery, which is usually with Alicia, whenever we do, we try to be extremely um like gracious, and we don't ever want to do anything that's actually gonna like potentially upset a ghost if they are there, because we just don't know. Ghosts are for real, surezies for real. Um, you don't believe in ghosts? Yes, my friends. Carlo, that's really cool. Yeah, see, I don't know. I'm genuinely 50-50 because I just don't know. I don't know if I would say that I believe in them. I think it's more of a I'm on the fence. I'm cautiously positive. Like, I would hope that they're not real, because I think it would be a really sad thing to die and then have to just relive and be here on this fucking place where people are shitheads all the time. Like, I think it would suck to not be able to actually influence anything but have your consciousness stuck. No way you're going by yourself. Yes, it's very important to bring your tribe. Going by yourself is terrifying. Have you ever, completely side note, have you ever watched the oh, what is it called? I'm so bad with names. I'm so sorry. I think it's the Genetic Opera, or Repo, the Genetic Opera, maybe? I didn't even look it up. Look at that. It just takes me a second. I suck with names. I don't know what's wrong with me. But yeah, if you've ever watched the Genetic Opera, that's what I think of every time I go to a cemetery. I'm just like, is there someone creeping, and are they going to like stick me with a needle and then like take my fucking face off? you know. So yeah, I would not want to go alone for sure, for sure. But Or like spirits and I yeah, spirits I can understand. I understand like the native perspective on spirits, or things have a spirit and there's a spirit to things. I don't know what I believe for sure, but yeah, there's a lot of options. I prefer to learn about the options. I think that's really fun. Yeah. Gettysburg. Yes, yes. When you look into like really extreme places where people have, especially multitudes of people have experienced horrific things, there's definitely an air to those places, right? People talk about it all the time where it's like, even if they didn't know what happened, there's this heavy feeling in those places. You can just feel that those experiences happened in that area. There's just a different air, you know? So interesting, interesting for sure. Okay, let's read the official acknowledgement and then the reporter's note, and we'll read the third part. Official acknowledgement. While no official statements have been released, internal sources suggest that several governmental bodies, including the U.S. Department of Energy, Germany's Federal Office for Notable Occurrences, and Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs, have taken interest in the anomaly. According to an anonymous contact within one of the vacuum manufacturing companies, these agencies have quietly requested that manufacturers retain and, when necessary, make mapping and firmware data accessible to authorities. The source also indicated that governments may be deliberately avoiding public disclosure, potentially fearing unnecessary panic or mass concern about the nature and implications of these unexpected events. What do we think here? What do we think? Do we think that, like, the situation is like ominous, like the manufacturers are trying to get specific data, or maybe somehow robots or AI is like trying to take over and they're graphing things out so that they can go between, like, maybe did somebody find a realm jumping thing, but then why would they be sending robots and not people? You know, if a human figured this out and they were like, oh, you can go between dimensions, like, what do we think? What are our suspicions about this story? What do we think? Cuz it is a really good story. I absolutely fucking love this story. Also, welcome back, Eel. Yeah. I like the idea that it's like unintentional almost, like somehow these robots just see an alternate dimension that is somehow connected, or like that beings outside of normal human life travel through. Like, they can see that the houses we live in have these extra corridors, and ghosts or other beings are using these to travel, right? I like that the LiDAR or the technology that these cleaning robots are using are finding this. I think that would be really cool. Up to some hinky shit. What's the word hinky mean? And should I not be saying that? Is that a bad word? God. Oh God, don't come for me. Actually, do. Please, somebody tell me if it's a bad word. I would rather, be sandblasted so that I can learn. Okay, reporter's note. These silent corridors disrupt the boundary between everyday technology and the unexplored. A firmware bug remains a justifiable hypothesis, but the precise geometry, rapid energy depletion, and camera freeze glitch urge us to consider bolder possibilities. Environmental feedback loops, or even a brush with the paraphysical. As investigators and homeowners continue to chart these invisible halls, one thing is clear. Our most trusted domestic devices might steer us towards realms unseen, one lost charge at a time. I'm not going to say anything on this one. I think the weird words on the last one were better. Multi-dimensional beings. Exactly. Yes. Yes, Eel. That is exactly what I'm thinking of. Dishonest, suspect, or unreliable. Okay, I see, I see. It just sounds like a weird thing. Okay, this is the final part, and this will be the last story of the night. So, if you guys have stories that you find that you really like, please post them in the Discord. You can just post them in the suggestions chat. So, where I have game suggestions, just go ahead and post any of the creepypasta that you've read or that you've heard about that you really want to hear. I know I have Allie's saved, so we will read that at some point. But if anyone else has a creepypasta that is like their favorite or just a fantastic story, it doesn't even have to be creepypasta. It can be like a story about an old building or like creepy experiences that people have had, like actual experiences. That's totally fine. Just send it to that Discord. Join the Discord if you haven't yet. All of that information's in there, and we have chats quite frequently. I also like to update people in there, so go ahead and do that. The Mothman theory. Yes, okay. So exactly. So Brian, you can totally put that in. I don't know what the eel theory is, but I can look it up. Again, if you guys want to post these in that chat, that would be great because I'm probably never going to read this chat again after I get off. Okay. Silent Corridors Citizens Form Investigative Unit as Governments Remain Silent, May 2025, Part 3. So it's clearly ramping up. Oops. Because Part 2 was in spring 2025. And part 3 is also in spring 2025. So it seems as though this is happening more frequently because in the first one was, I think, April of 2024. So clearly the story's like saying, we're late 2024. So it's kind of just like all happening quickly, right? It's happening very soon. This was a recent update. So yeah, the first one was called A Compiled Report of Anomalous Discoveries. The second one is a compiled report, spring of 2025, and this one is Silent Corridors Citizens Form Investigative Unit. So now people have taken it into their own. They have decided, well, governments are not speaking out about this thing. This could, I mean, they don't know, right? It could be scary. It could be not scary. Crybaby Bridge is definitely one I will read about, Ryan. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's get into it. So before I start, I'm gonna take a slosh, a swig, as some might say. Empty, almost. What's everyone eating tonight? I have sushi, so I think when I get off stream, I'm gonna go smash that, smash that sushi. But let's read part 3. This is such a good fucking story. I love it already. Giga Her Z64. Please, God, don't make me take this down. I love this story. Of course, if you ask me to, I will remove it from the video, but let's finish this story up. If you didn't hear the first 2 parts, this may be my favorite story we've read on stream so far, so go back in the stream and listen to part 1 and part 2. It is so worth it. It's fantastic, and I'm just sucked into the mystery of it so far. Okay. Phantom passages persist. Threshold Investigations Unit takes on robot vacuum anomaly. As official agencies remain tight-lipped, a diverse group of citizens pools resources to confront the baffling phenomenon of non-existent hallways appearing on domestic robot vacuum maps. The quiet hum of domestic life is being disrupted by an unsettling mystery. Robot vacuums are mapping non-existent corridors in homes across the globe. Robot vacuums, those diligent digital servants designed to keep our floors clean, have begun charting phantom corridors, impossible hallways that defy architectural logic and physical reality. These anomalies appear exclusively when homes are empty. When vacuums are run again with human presence in the home, the automatic remapping process corrects the digital map to align with observed reality, causing the phantom corridors to vanish. Compounding the mystery, these phantom passages are often associated with a rapid, inexplicable. Okay, run it back. This always happens at the very beginning. It always happens. Greek yogurt. Smash that sushi button. Buffalo chicken salad and a Dairy Queen blizzard. Oh, Dairy Queen. Hell yeah. I haven't been to Dairy Queen in quite a while, I must say. Definitely. So when I was a kid, I have multiple siblings. I am the middleest child, as Ryan knows. I'm pretty sure Ryan too is the middleest. I'm pretty sure we bonded on that. And so we would get dilly bars, and the one that was always left for me was the what's it called? Not the cherry, not the chocolate, the butterscotch. That's the word. God, do we use butterscotch in anything ever? I don't think I've had the flavor butterscotch since I was a child. But anyway, it was the butterscotch dilly bars that I got when I was there, and they were the ones always left. Like nobody else wanted the butterscotch, so I took the butterscotch. And now it's like my favorite dilly bar flavor. I will always get butterscotch. Okay, let's roll it back. We're gonna retry this one more time. Robot vacuums, those diligent digital servants designed to keep our floors clean, have begun charting phantom corridors, impossible hallways that defy architectural logic and physical reality. These anomalies appear exclusively when homes are empty. When the vacuums are run again with human presence, the anomalies appear exclusive. With human presence, the automatic remapping process corrects the digital map to align with observed reality. This part right here is like baffling my tongue, causing the phantom corridors to vanish. Compounding the mystery, these phantom passages are often associated with a rapid, inexplicable draining of the robot's battery. And as observed on external monitoring cameras, a brief, unnerving camera feed freeze at the point of entry. Initial reports, compiled in earlier accounts, late 2024 and spring 2025, highlighted cases like that of the Henderson family in California, Miss Alvarez in Brooklyn, and Mr. Campbell in England, all of whom witnessed these impossible extensions on their vacuum apps. Later investigations, documented in a report from spring 2025, added further alarming details, including the precise geometry and consistent length, around 3 to 4 meters, of these corridors across different locations and vacuum brands. The peculiar 1-second camera freeze upon entry, and the baffling silence from conventional sensors like thermal and electromagnetic field meters. Most strikingly, the phenomenon consistently adheres to an observer effect. It only manifests when no human is present. Despite the growing number of anecdotal reports and unsettling implications of these findings, ranging from theories of firmware glitches and environmental resonance to more speculative ideas about interdimensional breaches or observer dependent reality, official governmental agencies have offered no public comment or explanation. Internal sources with vacuum manufacturing companies suggest that bodies like the U.S. Department of Energy and Germany's Federal Office for Notifiable Occurrences have taken a quiet interest, even requesting access to mapping data, but public acknowledgement remains elusive. Fed up with the silence from governmental bodies and frustrated by the lack of transparency and perceived inaction from official channels, a diverse group of individuals, many of whom were directly affected by the anomaly, have decided to take matters into their own hands. Pooling their unique skills and resources, they have united to form an independent task force dedicated to uncovering the truth behind the silent corridors. They call themselves the Threshold Investigations Unit, TIU. The birth of TIU, from isolated cases to collective action. The TIU is not a governmental body, nor is it affiliated with any major research institution. It is, by its members' own admission, a grassroots effort born out of necessity and a shared sense of urgency. Its members come from varied backgrounds, such as science, technology, art, engineering, and even history and social sciences. united by a common goal to understand the nature of these anomalies and, hopefully, find a way to interact with or even close these mysterious thresholds. Hell yeah! We love when citizen scientists come together. We love when people take it into their own fucking hands because you know for a fact the government agencies are knowing they know all about this behind the scenes, but they don't want to tell anybody. They don't want people to like freak out or be scared or whatever. It's a matter of national concern potentially for all of these nationalities. But it's like, hell yeah, you know, when people are actually like concerned, like, what happens when an interdimensional being comes through this place and steals your fucking child? Or scarier yet, comes through these and goes straight in for your snacks. That's a reference for KKO. Um, but yeah, crazy, crazy. Oh, they still have butterscotch. Good. I should probably go get a dilly bar soon. I think I deserve it. Okay. Anyway, absolutely terrifying prospects. Okay, where were we? We where Dr. Marcus Lee. We all felt like we were shouting into the void, explains Dr. Marcus Lee, a physicist from Seattle whose own experience with a rapidly draining vacuum charting an impossible corridor spurred him to action. You report something like this, something that defies known physics, and you get polite dismissal or silence. We realized that if we wanted answers, we had to find them ourselves. The initial members connected through online forums and private messages and groups where individuals shared their bizarre robot vacuuming experiences. What started as a support network quickly evolved into a collaborative research effort. They began by consolidating data across referencing reports and attempting to identify patterns beyond the already noted consistency of the phenomenon. The sheer consistency was the first thing that struck me, says Anya Sharma, a data scientist who joined the group after analyzing publicly available vacuum map data. It's not random noise. These structures have a repeatable form, which suggests an underlying cause, however bizarre. Early investigations, reproducibility, and location sensitivity. One of the TIU's first priorities was to move beyond anecdotal evidence and establish a controlled environment for research. They began acquiring various models of robot vacuums, both new and used, and setting them up in locations where anomalies had been previously reported with high frequency. Our biggest challenge initially was reproducibility, states Kenji Tanaka, an electrical engineer specializing in robotics. The anomaly was inherently elusive. It only happens when you're not there. So we had to devise methods to monitor the vacuums remotely, collect data, and try to identify the conditions under which the corridors were most likely appear. The TUI has confirmed that with a certain probability, they can reproduce the anomalous mapping and battery drain in specific locations. However, the phenomena remains frustratingly unpredictable. It's not a guaranteed event, explains Dr. Lee. You can run the vacuum 10 times in a known hotspot location, and maybe 6 or 7 times you'll get the corridor and the drain. The other times, it's just a normal cleaning cycle. It's like flipping a weighted coin, but you don't know the exact weight. Crucially, the TIU's research has reinforced the observation that the frequently anomalous activity appears to be location dependent. Certain houses or apartments seem to be more prone to the phenomena than others. The reasons for this are still unclear, but the TIU is actively investigating potential correlations, such as the age and construction materials of the building, the presence of specific geologic features, and even historical events associated with the location. We've started overlaying anomaly reports onto geologically and historical maps, says Dr. Evelyn Reed, a geographer with an interest in urban anomalies. There are some intriguing overlaps, but nothing conclusive yet. It seems almost like certain places resonate with whatever is causing this. Inside the TIU, a diverse team tackling the unknown. To understand the breadth of their approach, let's meet some of the key members driving the Threshold Investigation Unit's efforts. All right, so we're going to learn some of the peoples. Not my snacks. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Terrifying prospect. We don't want them coming for our snacks. Also, my leg is completely stuck in my cord. Freedom. Okay, everybody, hydrate, don't dehydrate. Like, come on. Let's be drinking our water or whatever your 3 drinks of choice are. Okay, let's read. Dr. Marcus Lee, theoretical physicist. Dr. Lee's background in physics provides a crucial foundation for analyzing the data and formulating theoretical models. My initial reaction was, of course, to look for a conventional explanation, a sensor malfunction, a software bug, something we could explain with known physics, he says. But the more data we collect, the more those explanations fall short. The energy drain, the camera glitch, the observer effect, it's pushing the boundaries of what we understand about reality. Dr. Lee is currently focusing on trying to measure subtle environmental changes that might occur when a corridor manifests, using more sensitive equipment than the consumer-grade sensors initially employed by homeowners. Anya Sharma, data scientist. Anya's expertise in sifting through large datasets to find patterns and anomalies. She is responsible for consolidating and analyzing the mapping data from hundreds of reported incidents. The sheer volume of data is overwhelming, but it's also our greatest asset, and Anya states. Every phantom corridor, every battery drain event, every camera glitch, it's a data point. Finding the correlations within that noise is key. Kenji Tanaka, electrical engineer. Kenji's practical knowledge of robotics and sensor systems is vital for understanding detailed sensor data during anomalous events. Wait a second, pause, I skipped something. Kenji's practical knowledge of robotics and sensor systems is vital for understanding how the vacuums are interacting with the anomaly. He's working on modifying vacuums to collect more detailed sensor data during anomalous events. We need to get beyond this map and the battery level, Kenji explains. What are the sensors actually seeing or not seeing? Can we detect any energy fluctuations or unusual signals that the corridors appear? Dr. Evelyn Reed, geographer. Dr. Reed's background in geography and spatial analysis helps the TIU investigate the location-dependent nature of the anomalies. She is researching potential environmental and or historical factors that might contribute to the location being a hotspot. Is it something in the ground? Is it related to the building's history? We're looking at everything from geological surveys to old town records, Dr. Reed says. Samuel Sam Carter, investigative journalist. Sam joined the TIU to help document the findings and communicate with the public. With the background in investigative journalism, he is skilled at gathering information and navigating complex situations. People are experiencing something truly bizarre in their homes, and they are not getting answers, Sam states. My job is to make sure that their stories are heard and that the TIU's research is communicated clearly and responsibly. Maria Rossi, community organizer. Maria is the bridge between the TIU and the growing community of affected individuals. Having experienced the anomaly herself, she understands the fear and confusion it can cause. When you see the impossible hallway on your map, it makes you question everything, Maria shares. I want people to know that they're not alone and that there are people actively working to understand this. We're building a network of support and information sharing. The road ahead. Challenges and promises. The Threshold investigators The Threshold Investigations Unit is still in its early stages, operating on limited resources and dedication of its volunteer members. They face significant challenges, not least of which is the elusive and seemingly random nature of the anomaly itself. While the TIU has successfully reproduced the anomalous mapping and rapid battery draining multiple times in specific locations, this occurrence is far from guaranteed, making systematic investigation incredibly challenging. We need to find We need to find a way to observe the corridor while it's happening, says Dr. Lee. Our current method relies on analyzing data after the fact. If we could get real time sensor readings, perhaps even visual confirmation from a device that isn't subject to the camera freeze, that would be a game changer. The TIU is currently exploring the use of specialized equipment, including high speed camera, non standard sensors, though acquiring such technology is costly, especially given the unprecedented nature of the anomaly, which means many monitoring attempts may yield no data. The inherent randomness means countless hours of monitoring for a chance at capturing a single event. Another challenge is the lack of official cooperation. While they don't understand the potential reasons, While they understand the potential reasons for governmental silence, the TIU believes that a collaborative effort is necessary to finally understand and address the phenomenon. We're not trying to cause a panic, emphasizes Carter. We just want answers, and we believe that by pooling resources and information, we have a better chance of finding them than by working in isolation. Despite the hurdles, the members of the TIU remain optimistic and determined. They have already made significant progress in confirming the reproducibility of the anomaly in specific locations and highlighting the location dependent nature of the phenomenon. They are actively seeking new members with relevant expertise and are working to raise public awareness about the silent corridors. We know this is a strange and perhaps frightening situation, concludes Anya Sharma, but we believe that by working together, by applying scientific rigor and open mindedness, we can start to shine some light into these mysterious, non existent hallways. We promise that we will continue to investigate, to gather data, and share our findings with the public. The silent corridors may be hidden, but they will not remain unexamined. The Threshold Investigations Unit represents a compelling example of citizen science and collective action in the face of the unexplained. As robot vacuums continue their silent patrols, mapping out the edges of our known reality, the TIU stands ready to follow. Determined to uncover the secrets that lie beyond the threshold, secrets that could redefine our understanding of space itself. So, okay, amazing story. Fantastic. My question is, why hasn't someone just slapped on and duct taped a normal camera? Just slap on and duct tape a normal camera to these things. I'm sure it wouldn't work because it's going to a different dimension, right? And every other camera has glitched out when they've tried to, even just videotape it happening. But there's gotta be, I don't know, strap yourself onto it. like, I, ugh, I just want to know more. I don't think they have a third or a fourth yet. And this one just came out 8 days ago. So, Gigahertz Z64 or Gigahertz 64, we bow to you. That was a fantastic story. I'm so sucked in, I just need more. So, is there a way for me to just follow a person? Follow. Haha, haha. Amazing. Okay, I might send them a message tonight and just be let them know that we're reading this and that I want to read it and I want to read more and I'd love to have their specific permission for it. I cannot wait for more of this story to come out. I genuinely am just I'm so excited. But yeah, so that's all I'm gonna do tonight for the reading. I'm really happy with the turnout. I love that all of you want to be here. I absolutely appreciate every single one of you, especially the people in the chat. But if you are just, hanging out and following along and you're not interacting, that's totally cool too. And I appreciate you just as much. So, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna end fairly soon. I think I'm actually not tonight. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock, and I think I've streamed enough. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'll postpone my morning stream. So instead of tomorrow morning, let's plan on Saturday morning so that we have a little breakup between streams. And everyone can, sleep in tomorrow. Thank you for the hearts. I don't know who's sending them, but thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, tomorrow we won't do a stream in the morning, but Saturday morning, I will set up a stream in advance so people know what we're doing and when. And I will update the Discord so people know that I'm not going to do it tomorrow. But yeah, I'm really happy with the turnout. I think this was a really fun stream. Hopefully you guys had a good time. I did. I definitely want to let my let my voice Oh, thank you, Eel. Thanks for the hearts. I really appreciate it. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. I don't know if people are gonna be mad, like the writers of these stories. So look outside. Oh God, it's so creepy. I looked outside for you. There's nothing. There's nothing. Just a normal outside. No, stop. Stop, you. I'm gonna go eat sushi and not think about it. But yeah, I would love to do more of these, especially when new videos from this specific creator come out. I think, or not videos, but more stories, more addition to the story. But yeah, so I think this is great. Next time we will do just like a morning stream, a good morning, wake up with me, and then after that we'll get back to our standard gaming. So, thank you all for being here, for supporting me, for hanging out, and for those who sent me coffee and sent me a little bit of love over here with the Ko-fi link. Thank you again. You guys are fantastic, and the donations are just very appreciated. So, thank you all, and I will see you in the next one. I hope the writers are. I will be reaching out to a few of them, but yeah, if they do, I told them, my information on Reddit is the Hinterlass. So, yeah, just let me know if you're not, and then I will get rid of them. But for tonight, thank you, thank you. Much love to everybody, all of my viewers, all of my chatters, and I will see you in the next one. Have a great night. Thanks, Eel. Thanks, everyone.